Hello, I'm John Coleman from Apocus Stacey's, an Institute for the Humanities, an alternative college and high school here on New Milford, Connecticut, USA. This extensive presentation is concerning foreign trade zones. You might want to fall asleep at the sound of that, but Mr. Clint Richardson is the man to make it sound and be and bring to our attention the relevance of this topic as regards not just the economical aspect of this, but sovereignty, legality, power dynamics, and all sorts of things in the hours ahead. Before I turn things over to Mr. Richardson, just one announcement. We are well into the guts of the spring semester and indeed winding down the spring semester soon enough. So, this is a good time to get your ducks in order if you're considering enrolling in our classes here at the Institute, either in person here in Connecticut or online. We have all sorts of resources to help you make that decision on our website. Without further ado, Clint, how you doing?
Great. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Absolutely. So, Clint, you will now have the floor. I will be within ear's reach if there are any technical difficulties, and the audience who is joining us live online and even in this room is invited to have questions, but hold them towards the end of the presentation. If you have to duck out and can't make that end of the presentation, email us, please, at Institute at AOL.com, and I will convey them to Clint at the end part of this presentation. Indeed, Clint, thank you for your presentation and take it away.
Thank you very much. I thank you as well for doing something that people seem to be afraid of doing, which is the notion of a private alternative education system. I think more people need to do that. And I think that it would be very beneficial for folks to look into private associations in order to protect themselves while in that. That said, I'm going to skip the introductions. If you don't know who I am, let's just say I'm one of the few people out there really, really seeking the truth at all costs. I want to know how things work. I don't want them to blend with my belief system or morals or whatever. I just want to know how things actually work. That said, I've been doing this for 20 years or so. Lots of research, lots of documentaries. There's my websites. Everything is at privateunderground.club. Um, Everything, and it's all free, including my book. Those are my other websites. And, we're just going to get right into this because I've got a lot of information and I'm going to try to read it directly from source instead of giving you my opinion because my opinion doesn't really matter, although it's going to be really hard for me not to because this stuff is it's a source of evil that I don't think most people are aware of. It is the bottom line of human trafficking, drug trafficking, money laundering, you name it. And it's happening right in your backyard, likely if you live near any or within 60 miles, for that matter, of any airport, port, waterway. It's amazing when you see this all laid out what it actually explains. Now, to start with, I'm sure everybody is still wondering what the hell just happened with all the so-called illegal immigrants being shipped and bussed into cities by government itself. It was a very strange, strange thing. But if you think of it, and we're going to explain why that was, actually going to show you why that was, but you got to think of the political party. So I'll just give this disclaimer: if you're not interested in the truth, if you're going to be offended by anything, whether I talk about parties or anything else, if you're a Trump lover or you're a this lover or you're this hater, you're not going to appreciate it. If you do not want to know the truth, the sourced available truth, then you need to just, it's okay. Go ahead and go. I'm not going to be offended. I'm not going to be offended if you need to duck out or take a break or leave either. It's fine. We're going to post this and it'll be available. And I'm going to try to go through every slide I have, which is a lot, so that you can then take this and read it for yourself, the parts that I'm actually not going to be reading, which would take 10 hours. So again, if you have something that's pertinent, then feel free to interrupt. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go. And that said, first thing you need to understand is, well, let me get to my screen here. We're not dealing anymore with governments in the notion of legitimate types of governments. We're dealing with what are called municipal corporations, whether you're in a city, a township, a county, a state. They're all corporations. They're, in other words, are corporations granted by government the governing authority. It's the illegitimate form or de facto form of government. De facto actually means on the face of, so it's true as long as you agree that it's true. But it's second that you say, no, I don't want to be part of this corporation. I don't want to be incorporated, whatever that means. Well, then now there's something challenging it, and it's no longer just the de facto law or, in this matter, government. You've actually challenged it. Anything that's de facto is only on the face. Once it's challenged, the problem is we don't challenge it. So just a few of the corporations that we're talking about: City of Seattle, City of Miami. Okay, everything's a corporation. It's no longer a legitimate government. I know that you all think you're Americans, but there are no Americans because you're pulled out at birth from the birth certificate. I had a website that I found once that explained exactly what happens with the birth certificate. It actually takes you out of the people, which is the state, the nation, and puts you into the United States, which is in Washington, D.C. It incorporates you into Washington, D.C. Now, Washington, D.C. used to be called the corporation back when we were first created. That was the nickname they gave it because it was a municipal corporation. They put the seat of government, and then they offered citizenship. The other aspect of that is you got to realize that your citizenship is the same citizenship that Rome gave to the people it conquered, the cities and towns and all that it conquered. Citizenship is the lowest possible form of status, and that's all a person is. That's what you're given at birth. So to control men, that's one thing. But when you can control men through a corporation or a franchise, if you will, a person, a status, completely different thing. Because if you're using that status, that person, my name, my social security number, all that stuff, well, none of that is actually me. That's why it can be stolen. Identity theft. Your identity is not you. So you have to understand that these corporations are set up to control persons, which in turn, because we're in bond and surety, we use those persons to do all of the things that we do. We're controlled through the person. All law applies to the person, and we are, as users, are therefore required to obey the law of persons, basically, which is the entire code of the United States. So, and state code. So, we have to start from that point that we're not Americans, we're United States citizens. There's a big difference. There are no more Americans. It's gone. The country has been incorporated. Question you might have is, and here's an example, just to clear it. This is an official document. Utah County, a body corporate and politic of state of Utah. Orem City, a municipal corporation, and state of Utah. Payson City, a municipal corporation. I live in the Salt Lake City Corporation, basically. So here's a court document, Supreme Court of the United States, just to show Utah County, a body corporate. It's a municipal corporation as well, so is the state. There are no sovereign states anymore. We are in international law because everything is commercial. That's why the United States was set up in Washington, D.C., which, by the way, is not a state. It's not part of the country. It's a separate entity that controls everything else. All states pledge their public lands to the United States in their constitutions that they were forced to write after the Civil War when the first national emergency was declared by Lincoln. So, what is a municipal corporation? A public corporation created by government for political purposes, having subordinate and local powers of legislation. These are just some other definitions in there. Business. Notice that it's all commercial. Very, very, very little of what your governments are doing, these municipal corporations, have anything to do with actually governing people. It's all about commerce, commercial things, jurisdictions, districts, bills, money. The government calls you consumers. It calls you customers, for God's sake. That alone, the government is calling you a customer, should make you figure out there's something wrong here. Okay, they're not acting as legitimate, governments as we feel, because those are gone. They don't exist anymore. We have to be that. But instead, we choose to act through persons that they own. Municipal affairs, a term referring to the international business affairs. Corporate legal individual. Yes, that's right. Municipal corporations are people too. Persons, in fact. And corporations, municipal government, it is a corporate legal individual, depending on which of these, either governmental or public, or proprietary or private affairs. When we talk about, again, business, a political corporation, public or municipal corporation, having the administration, right? We're talking about the administrative state, not anything legitimate, of governmental powers of a subordinate or local nature. Now we come upon probably the most important word that you're ever going to come across, because you all believe you're free. And indeed, you were made free. Like a rat is made free in a cage. Your freedom, as long as you're in the cage or the jurisdiction or the border or the this, right? But you're not actually free. You've been enfranchised. When the slaves were freed, no, they were franchised. In other words, they were incorporated, means to incorporate a man into a society or body politic. In other words, a municipal corporation like Washington, D.C. Okay, so freedom is another word for franchise. And I want you to understand very, very clearly that your person, your status in the United States as a citizen is a franchise. It is not freedom. It does not give you natural rights. Constitution does not do anything for you. It's not for you. Constitutions are international documents, and the constitutions of the so-called states, which are not sovereign, not recognized internationally as sovereign entities. There's only United States. There's no England, there's no Ireland, there's only United Kingdom. These are nation states. That is the only thing. So you have to look outside into international affairs in order to understand how things work. But in America, I should say in the United States, we look from the bottom up. We look from a slave mentality. We never consider all the international stuff. What created the United States? Did it just appear out of nothing? No, of course, it was an international commercial creation, just like every other country was turned into a republic first, Republic of China, Republic of Russia, Republic of America, and then all of a sudden, hey, constitutions. Well, constitutions are actually international law documents. They're not of the people, by the people, for the people, because people are actually states. Who represents the state? You see, it goes on and on and on, and we could do this forever, but that's not why I'm here today. I just want to make sure that you understand that these things can be dissolved. Corporations, so the dissolution of a corporation, termination of existence as a body politic, you can do that. You can. There's 50% of the people or so are in incorporated municipalities. You can create your own municipal corporation. Just go to an unincorporated part of the county, which of course, is a municipal corporation. You're always going to be in one no matter what you do. But you could, if you wanted to actually have some sense of control and freedom and have your own law and have your own, legislation and not accept federal funds, well, you could make a private city if you wanted to. It's really not difficult. That's really the solution I think we're all looking for. Now, one of the things we have to understand is this. Nearly 2 out of 3 people live within the 100-mile border zone that is called the Constitution-free zone. Yes, you heard it right. You've probably heard of that before. How the Fourth Amendment rights of Americans are violated at and near the border. Supreme Court has devised a balancing test for privacy rights where the border is concerned. Very important, the border. Under this test, an entrant's privacy rights are weighed against the government's security interests at the border. Accordingly, the Supreme Court has held that individuals has a reduced expectation of privacy at the border because the government's interest in monitoring and controlling entrants outweighs an individual's privacy interests. The court's finding renders routine searches without a warrant probable cause or reasonable suspicion at the border, inherently reasonable and thus justified. In other words, they don't need it. They can do whatever they want because it's a constitution-free zone. What people don't know is that every airport is also a constitution-free zone, all ports, and we're going to find out why. This court-created principle is called the border search exception and applies only to the narrow purpose of enforcing immigration and customs laws, which entails ensuring that required duties are paid on imported goods and that harmful goods and people do not enter the country. General crime control are not included within the scope of the exception. Amazingly, federal regulations give CPP, that is Customs and Border Patrol, broad authority to conduct warrantless searches in the name of national security. What was national security? Something declared by the president, which we'll get into. As a result, areas within 100 miles of the country's northern and southern borders are rendered constitution-free zone. Due to the inclusion of ocean and waterways, coastal regions, including the East Coast cities, Washington, D.C., New York City, Philadelphia, and Boston, as well as large sections of the states of California, Oregon, and Washington on the coasts, are also subject to a diminished level of constitutional protection. Keep in mind, most major cities are located within 100 miles of the ocean. Customs Border Patrol also has virtually unchecked authority in the entire states of Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Hawaii, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Vermont, because these states are all within 100 miles of the border. CBP agents also have authority to use race and ethnicity factors to stop and search people in these zones. These areas are called constitution-free zones because CBD, Customs Border Patrol, frequently disregards Fourth Amendment constitutional protections while operating in these areas. And the truth of the matter is, without going into detail, that's because the Fourth Amendment doesn't apply to persons of the United States. Okay, the Fourth Amendment refers to God-given natural rights, which persons don't have because they're not creations of God and they're not inherent. They're not you. So you can't expect any constitutional rights as a person of the United States. It's not how it works. Now, this brings us to President Trump's use of the National Emergency Act and possible congressional next steps. Right? We know that, well, let's just talk about this for a second. We know that government was importing a bunch of, and allowing a bunch of illegal immigration, unregistered, unchecked, etc. And it also, you should know that 50% of farm workers are also so-called illegal, but they get HMV, HM1, whatever visas, temporary work orders, for which they have absolutely no rights as a worker. They cannot become a union. They are subject to abuses that I think that you would be shocked if you actually knew. And one of the reasons I'm doing this presentation is that so you cannot go around anymore pretending that you don't know what's happening in the world. You cannot go along and pretend that cheap Chinese products are not being created by children in free trade zones. You cannot go along and pretend that human trafficking isn't a very, very serious issue, especially with women. You cannot go on anymore ignoring the fact that you are actually the problem because you're the consumer. You're that level of that power pyramid that actually has all of these people below you. You're the one that keeps them, the poor, the indigenous, the foreign, the illegal, right? The immigrants. You're the ones that keep those guys basically wage slaved, and we'll understand that a lot more as we go on. Again, if you don't want to know this, if you think that ignorance is bliss, then I suggest you turn this off now, because we're throwing no punches here. Okay. Recently, President Donald Trump issued 3 executive orders to impose tariffs on Mexico. You're probably wondering how that all works, right? Mexico, Canada, and the People's Republic of China, pursuant to his authorities under the Constitution and the laws of the United States, including the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, the National Emergencies Act, Section 604 of the Trade Act of 1974, and Section 301 of Title III United States Code, to declare and reiterate a national emergency under the NEA and IEEPA. Well, that doesn't sound like the Constitution, now does it? And it's in response to apparently the Mexican, Canadian, and People's Republic of China government's failure to take action against the extraordinary threat posed by illegal aliens and drugs, including deadly fentanyl. Now, the question becomes, is that a true statement? Well, wasn't it government that was actually busing in a bunch of people? How? Wait a minute. Are we blaming the country where these people are coming from? Or could it be that there's a lot more to this? That actually these people aren't illegal because they're coming into what? Well, they're coming into places that, even though they look like they're in America, they're not. They're not in the United States for purposes of Customs and Border Patrol. They're in free trade zones, they're in Constitution free zones, they're in all kinds of places where they're not looked at as necessarily illegals, or they have permits to work. But to understand this and what the power of emergency declaration is, we have to go back in time a little bit. And I said the first declaration of emergency was when Congress was disbanded, the Civil War. In other words, when the southern states abandoned Congress and it was therefore illegitimate. Lincoln, on behalf of the United States, the municipal corporation in Washington, D.C., he declared the first real national emergency. I think it was 001, if I'm not mistaken. He started doing all kinds of bad things, including arresting people like me, the press, for reporting badly against him. It was really, really bad stuff, and that's how the Civil War happened. It wasn't a legitimate war. It wasn't anything at all legitimate. It certainly wasn't to end slavery, because remember, the slaves were enfranchised. They were set free. They were incorporated into the city just like we are through the birth certificate. We choose this, you see. Now, this is a document, 93rd Congress. Back in 1973, they were looking at the emergency powers and the powers the president has when he declares a national emergency, as Trump has been doing and as every president does. Provisions of law now in effect, etc. Delegating to the executive extraordinary authority in time of national emergency. Keep in mind that the Supreme Court has said that an emergency is the same thing as a war, so war powers, basically, and it's also under the doctrine of necessity. And necessity, when you understand the maxims of law and how that works, necessity knows no law. Let me say that again. Necessity knows no law. So when you're in war, there is really no law. We can pretend there is, but there isn't. And by the way, when these provisions of federal law that are in effect because an emergency or a war is declared, which are supposed to be temporary, yeah, that actually suspends the Constitution, as we'll see. They admitted in this report, and also brings into provision all of these federal laws, which, when you break them down, are basically the Communist Manifesto, the 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto, where government takes over control of just about everything. Well, let's just read it from their mouths. This is a special committee on the termination of the national emergency in 1973. Since March the 9th, 1933, the United States has been in a state of declared national emergency. That was when the Banking Act was first declared, and Roosevelt came in and just did his thing. In fact, there are now in effect 4 presidentially proclaimed states of national emergency. That was back then in 1973. And there they are listed. These proclamations give force to 470 provisions of federal law that usually are not active, but because of the emergency, they are now active. These hundreds of statutes delegate to the president extraordinary powers ordinarily exercised by Congress, which affect the lives of American citizens in a host of all-encompassing manners. This vast range of powers taken together confer enough authority to rule the country without reference to normal constitutional processes. Okay, I want you to understand, guys, Constitution has been suspended for a very, very long time, and this is why. A majority of the people in the United States have lived all of their lives under emergency rule for 40 years. This is 1973, 40 years. Governments and governmental procedures guaranteed by the Constitution have, in varying degrees, been abridged by laws brought into force by states of national emergency. President declares an emergency. Suddenly, the government can cancel all contracts and all debts. That's how powerful this is. Okay. Suddenly, there is no law except the law that they've decided, which allows them to take over transportation and everything basically. Again, look at the 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto. You'll find them in these provisions of law. In varying degrees, abridged by laws brought into force by states of national emergency. The problem how a constitutional democracy reacts to great crisis, however, far antedates the Great Depression. As a philosophical issue, its origins reach back to the Greek city-states, sound familiar, and the Roman Republic. And in the United States, actions taken by the government in times of great crisis have, from at least the Civil War, in important ways shaped the present phenomenon of a permanent state of national emergency. A permanent state of what? Necessity. All things that will stop a president from playing dictator are gone. This is why we can have these emergency declarations. And Congress is fully aware of this. They pretend that their hands are tied and they never talk about this, right? Under the powers delegated by these statutes, the president may, and I want you to listen very close to this because you're going to probably recognize some of this. The president may seize property, organize and control the means of production, Communist Manifesto, seize commodities, Communist Manifesto, assign military forces abroad, whereas Congress usually would do that, institute martial law, seize and control all transportation and communication, right out of the Communist Manifesto, regulate the operation of private enterprise. Privacy doesn't exist when we're in a state of war or emergency, in other words, so it doesn't exist. There is no privacy. Don't be fooled. And you're not Americans. Restrict travel and, in a plethora of particular ways, control the lives of all American citizens. You know, the idea of an American being a citizen is an oxymoron because citizen means denizen, means something completely different than what you think. Americans would be those who would be fighting for their freedom against the central government. See, central government is part of the what? Communist Manifesto. This is all about commerce, guys, and I want you to keep that in mind. And this all has to do with commerce, the Commerce Clause, and all that stuff. Okay, this is why they've put you into a commercial vessel called a citizen or a person. There's no present need. So, in a plethora of particular ways, control the lives of all American citizens. There is no present need for the United States government to continue to function under emergency conditions. Well, that's the statement right there that the Congress found. They said there's no reason for us to keep operating under these emergency conditions. We want our power back, right? Well, the problem with that is then, this is the Hegelian dialectic. We have to create a problem so that we can then declare an emergency to solve the problem, which is why you have things like 9/11, which is why you things like COVID and other, pandemic so-called viruses is to declare an emergency and therefore suspend all law so that these big corporations and government, who are basically the same thing, can just, I mean, they already have taken over the world. They own everything. If you're not familiar with my work, then you might not know about the CAFR, the Audit of Government Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. You might not know or seen my documentaries that show that government owns ownership stock in all corporations and therefore has proxy voting. The government places the board of directors. The board of directors then places the CEO. You see, this is all organized crime, and we just don't really understand it because we don't know all of these things. A special committee on the termination of the national emergency was created to examine the consequences of terminating the declared states of national emergency, which they did not, to recommend what steps Congress should take to ensure that that termination can be accomplished without adverse effect upon the necessary tasks of government. The first and necessary step was to bring together the body of statutes which have been passed by Congress fully behind this, They can take it away at any time, conferring extraordinary powers upon the executive branch in times of national emergency. This has been a most difficult task. Nowhere in the government, in either the executive or legislative branches, did there exist a complete catalog of all emergency statutes. Wow, that's comforting. Many were aware that there had been a delegation of an enormous amount of power. How much power? I don't know. We're just Congress. Um, this is the introduction page to that. A majority of the people in the United States have lived all of their lives under emergency rule. For 40 years, freedoms and governmental procedures guaranteed by the Constitution have, in varying degrees, been abridged by laws brought into force by states of national emergency. You wonder why you don't feel free? Well, you're not. You are a conquered people. The problem of how a constitutional democracy reacts to great crisis, however, far antedates the Great Depression. As a philosophical issue, its origins reach back to the Greek city-states and the Roman Republic. We already read that, I think, actually. Locke argued that the threat of a national crisis, unforeseen, sudden, and potentially catastrophic, required the creation of broad executive power. Now, I want you to think of that for a moment, because here's Congress saying, well, you don't need this anymore. There's no emergency. We're not at war. What are we doing? Why are we giving you this power? Well, that is, as a great invitation to cause a problem. Like, for instance, the Democratic side opening the border to allow in all of the immigrants that are illegal, and then the Republican to come in and solve the problem by declaring an emergency at what? For the economy, which is just about everything, and the border. You see, these are not people that are at odds with each other, although they do a really good show pretending they are. And by the way, you don't elect the president. The electors do. The public election is a scam. The fact that Americans actually believe, or U.S. citizens believe they elect the president, is one of the ways you know how dumbed down we actually are when we're listed internationally as an indirect election. I mean, it's amazing to me that people don't know that. They know it, but they don't know it. It's like, we're going to spend billions of dollars on election. We're going to go vote. Oh, it's so, get out the vote, all the rock the vote, and yet your vote doesn't count. I mean, literally, your vote doesn't count. And I did a documentary on that. So, um, okay. Unforeseen, sudden, and potentially catastrophic requires the creation of the Declaration of Emergency. Requires the declaration of necessity. No law, so we can handle the problem. And that's what we've been doing for, ever. That's what Congress was trying to say here, is that the Committee on the Termination of the power of the president to declare an emergency should really, even though they didn't, and they it's still obviously happening. In lectures of the presidency delivered at Columbia University in 1915 to 16, Taft responded that the wide field of action that this would give to the executive, that is, the executive order, one can hardly limit. There is no limit, it's necessity. A president can exercise no power which cannot fairly and reasonably be traced to some specific grant of power. Well, if you look in U.S. Code, the Congress actually, I should have put that up here, I forgot. They actually made a part of law that says I think it was 1933, that all declarations of the president heretofore and hereafter, in other words, since 1913 and now and in the future, are already are pre-approved by Congress. That's actually in the law. So is it fair to say that a president can exercise no power which cannot fairly and reasonably be traced to some specific grant of power? Well, there's your grant. If Congress pre-approves everything the president does, all these romantic historical notions of the Constitution and all this stuff. Sorry, guys, Constitution suspended, so don't even use that argument. Roosevelt and his successor, Harry S. Truman, invoked formal states of emergency to justify extensive delegations of authority during actual times of war. Korean War, however, was, by the fact of its never having been officially declared a war, neither have, we've bombed and killed and maimed and raped and pillaged about 50 different countries, all under declaration of the president, not Congress. We haven't been a war since World War II, which was actually congressional. further diluted the concept of what constituted circumstances sufficiently critical to warrant the delegation of extraordinary authority to the president. At the end of the Korean War, however, the official state of emergency was not terminated. It's supposed to be temporary. It was for the war, but they got so much joy and ability to do things they couldn't usually do that they kept it in. And that includes Congress, by the way. It is not yet terminated. This may be primarily attributed to the continuance of the Cold War atmosphere, which, until recent years, made the imminent threat of hostilities an accepted fact of everyday life, with emergency the normal state of affairs. Well, why is everything so stressful? Why is everything crazy, it seems? Well, it's because you are so conditioned, so normalized into a state of emergency. They do public educations on TV. They do things like 9/11 to keep this in, guys. You got to realize that. In this, what is, for all practical purposes, permanent state of emergency, presidents have exercised numerous powers, most notably under the Trading with the Enemy Act. By the way, you are the enemy. You're either an enemy friend or an alien enemy or an alien friend. Legitimated by that ongoing state of national emergency. Hundreds of others have been laid fallow, there to be exercised at any time, requiring only an order from the president. Okay, so there's all these hundreds of other laws just sitting there waiting for the emergency to be declared, and it could be anything. I mean, it could be putting you in an internment camp. It could be anything. You got to understand, necessity knows no law. It knows no morals. Legal knows no morals. So, I mean, this is the way it is, guys. And the reason I'm telling you this is because here's Title 8 and the aliens and nationality. Okay? This is the immigration part of the code. The Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 provides that the travel of aliens to and from the United States may be controlled when the United States is at war or during the exercise of any national emergency proclaimed by the president. Are pieces starting to fall in place all of a sudden? So you're saying that we can facilitate the travel of aliens to and from the United States when we're under a state of war? Well, we're always under a state of war or emergency because they're the same thing. A declaration of emergency is nothing but a declaration of war against whatever that emergency is. How about terrorism? We're at war against terrorism. That's not a country. It's not a people. It's not a state. It's not anything. Okay, but all the power that you get from this is the true government that we live under. There's no, like I said, throw the constitutions out. They don't. They're not for you. Okay, fact sheet: President Donald Trump declares a national emergency at the southern border, invoking a national emergency regarding the crisis at the southern border. A crisis that was created just so Trump could do this because they're not in competition. They're arms of the same puppet. One party supports the other when the other one falls, and they fall so that the other one can do things like this. The executive order declares a national emergency at the southern border, etc. Record-shattering illegal immigration that somehow was sponsored by government, but it's emergency. Is it, though? Ensures that DHS has all the flexibility it needs to operate air missions near the border. It's all a game. It's all a show. Here's another one. President Donald Trump proceeds with tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico. Under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, to combat the extraordinary threat to U.S. national security, including our public health posed by unchecked trafficking. Remember, this is all commerce. We're not talking about, they don't give a crap about you. This is all whether they have control of the drugs or are you getting them without prescription. The flow of contraband drugs like fentanyl in the United States through illicit distribution networks has created a national emergency, of course. A public health crisis. And therefore, any ideas that you have about moral or legitimate health care and hospitals, let it go out the window. It's gone. They can force you to have a vaccine because that's one of the provisions of law that comes into place when an emergency is declared. Like I said, Communist Manifesto just waiting to happen. Now, more importantly, you got to understand this has been used out throughout history in many, many, many different countries, many different occasions, not the least of which Hitler. Um, Emergency powers helped Hitler's rise. Germany has avoided them ever since. Probably smart. How Hitler dismantled a democracy in 53 days. He used the Constitution to shatter the Constitution. Remember, okay, the word democracy is not supposed to be a political subject. It's not supposed to be what you're in. It's a word to describe something, democratic. But in Plato's five regimes, democracy was the worst possible place you could be before tyranny, which is basically what I think we're in at this moment. We're about to enter into that tyranny, and I'm going to explain how that's going to happen because you're not going to see it coming, and you might not see it even after it's implemented. So what happened? Hitler um, appointed the chancellor, and one of the most astonishing political transformations in the history of democracy. Hitler set about destroying constitutional republic through constitutional means. What follows is a step-by-step account of how Hitler systematically disabled and then dismantled his country's democratic structures and processes. In other words, just like the president has power and Congress now doesn't, because they gave him the power, they pre-gave it to him 80 years ago. Let's see. President Trump's declaration of national emergency to seek funds for building a wall on the southern border relies for its authority on the 1976 National Emergencies Act, a result of the report we were just reading, which they didn't get rid of it, but it gives presidents sweeping powers to address what they declare are urgent crises. Oh, so you didn't need it, but we're going to give you the power to basically cause a crisis and declare an emergency state of, lawlessness, essentially, um, or your own laws. But for a historian of modern Germany, it's impossible to avoid recalling the way emergency declarations unsettled the Weimar Republic after World War One. The Weimar Constitution, like ours, had classically liberal aspects, good liberal, not the modern meaning of the word, that guaranteed freedom of speech, assembly, religion, and the right to private property. Yet, born in the context of near civil war conditions between right and left, it also gave the nationally elected president the power to dissolve the parliament and hold a new election within 60 days. We already hear Trump talking about a third. And you think that's a joke, right? It's Article 48, that gave the president the power, if public security and order were seriously disturbed or endangered within the German Reich, to use the armed forces to restore them or suspend for a while, in whole or in part, fundamental rights guaranteed by the Constitution, such as freedom of assembly and speech. Well, that's what we did in the Civil War. That's what Lincoln did in the Civil War. Declared an emergency, gathered all the National Army, which is, again, Manifesto, right? You also got to understand that in the Declaration of Independence, one of one of the harshest complaints against the king was the standing army. In other words, a national army. So they took all of our ability to defend ourselves from the central government by taking our militias and turning them into a national army. In other words, mercenaries that will fight against their own people under martial law. Defense of the Realms Act. Oh, well, what's that? This is the UK Parliament now. Wynne introduced the Defense of the Realm Act 1914, or DORA for short, was a simple act. It was passed in order to control communications, the nation's ports, and subject civilians to the rule of military courts. You might not know it, guys, but you're going to essentially military courts. You're under martial law, but they don't call it martial law until they actually enact the marshals of law. You're volunteering to be voluntarily enjoined, enslaved, so there's no need for it. It was amended 6 times during the course of the war, eventually being used for everything from banning narcotics to censoring the press, just like in America. It introduced a wide range of changes in society, including prohibition, rationing, the introduction of British summertime, and the widening of police powers, as it has in America. United States, it was even used to ban bonfires, whistling in the streets, and flying kites. One of the key amendments to DORA allowed the government to seize factories and land to produce the huge amount of munitions and weapons that were needed to win the war, just like in Germany, just like in America. This led to the concentration of workers in urban areas, as well as the need for women to enter the workforce in large numbers. The resulting upheaval proved a catalyst for some of the key social changes in Britain during the 20th century. Now, we're creating the same thing, but we're doing it in a more clandestine way with illegal workers. When Britain entered the First World War, had no established set of emergency powers comparable to other belligerents. Nonetheless, within the matter of days, Parliament passed the Defense of the Realms Act. So, you can read this yourself, but it is basically saying it's the same exact thing. Every country has a constitution. If I go to Bangladesh, I can see the Bangladesh constitution. What does it say? It says, "We the people of Bangladesh." If I go to wherever, Cuba, it's all the same. These are nation states set up after 1966 because that was the way that the world order wanted to form itself. If you don't understand that you're in globalism, well, you're about to. It's been around for a very long time. That's what nation states do. Okay, so what they did was they started setting up these U.S. foreign trade zones and then what are called free trade zones everywhere else. And this is where it gets really, really nuts because you're probably in one as I speak. Foreign trade zones are secure areas under supervision of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP, that are considered outside the customs territory of the United States for the purposes of duty payment. Or, for that matter, what we're going to discuss, tariffs. Located in or near customs ports of entries, they are the U.S. version of what are known internationally as free trade zones. Authority for establishing these facilities is granted by the Foreign Trade Zones, or FTZ Board. What the hell's that, huh? Non-governmental. Under the Foreign Trade Zones Act of 1934, as amended in 19 U.S. Code. And the board's regulations, 15 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 400. So, yeah. Customs entry procedure and payment of duties are not required on the foreign merchandise unless and until it enters customs territory for domestic consumption, in which case the importer may have a choice of paying duties either on the original foreign materials or the finished product. Domestic goods moved into a zone for export are considered exported upon entering the zone for purposes of excise tax, rebates, and drawbacks. Now, to be clear, when President Trump says we're going to put tariffs on Chinese, Mexican, etc. Products, this is practically a invitation for companies to join foreign trade zones. Because tariffs, you think Elon Musk is paying a tariff? Why do you think Elon Musk, a major car manufacturer who has parts going everywhere, why do you think Elon Musk would be supporting Trump with his tariffs? Or for that matter, any major corporation, automobile parts, automobile makers, pharmaceuticals, steel companies, metals. Why would because they all work out of foreign trade zones. Okay. A foreign trade zone knows no tariffs, and here's why. Through the NAFTA highway system, I can go from Mexico into the United States. So Tesla has a factory, a gigafactory or whatever in Mexico, Monterrey area, big massive thing. He also has one in China. He also has one, they're all basically in foreign trade zones, okay? Now, I can take my parts or my cars or whatever from Mexico, or my drugs or people if I'm trafficking people, or money or anything, or something I want to be destroyed and have no record of. I can put that on a truck or a plane into, and I leave the foreign trade zone, point A. Mexico. I drive on a NAFTA highway, which is not part of Mexico because it's considered international trade. I enter the United States through a special lane just for these people who Customs and Border Patrol are saying, well, welcome to United States. You're not actually here for Customs and Border Patrol purposes. And they drive their truck through on one of the NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement highways and enter into any port, whether it be inland port, whether it be a port on the ocean, a river, anything, or airports, right? And around every airport is basically a free trade zone. So within a 60-mile radius, that's 120 miles, right? 60 miles, if you're in that area, you're in a free trade zone. I'm sure most of you are going, I'm in a free trade zone? You mean all these illegals here aren't actually illegal? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, because they brought them in to work as slave labor. Well, wage slaves. Um, so okay, now I've brought my goods from Mexico into uh let's say Salt Lake City, but my destination is Canada. I bring the parts in along with parts from a lot of other countries and I assemble the car in America and then I ship it out to Canada or I ship it out somewhere else as long as I have never entered into commerce. In other words, I've never sold a product. The one thing you cannot do in a foreign trade zone is sell the product locally or nationally. All this trade that is being promoted, all these jobs that are being promoted by Trump, by these tariffs, are in foreign trade zones. This is where all those illegals were shipped to. Every town that they were shipped to, which I'll show you later, are foreign trade zones. Okay? And there is so much more behind this. But the point I really want you to get is that for Customs and Border Patrol, if you are in a foreign trade zone, of which there are about 350 in the United States, that's a lot of 120-mile little, circumferences. Pretty much the whole damn thing. If you're in one of those and you're working, and whether it's through a visa or some other, you are not necessarily considered illegal. Or, for more accurately, Customs and Border Patrol does not look. They don't act against you. This is why they were stopping people and not stopping people and just letting them go. Or, the whole purpose of what Trump is doing now, what the Democratic government did before, to import them all. This is all for the purpose of filling jobs, not American jobs, not local jobs, but foreigners. Okay, and it's really hard for me to explain that, and so I'm going to let why they're doing it and what's the logic behind it. I'm going to let the source do that later. Um, so let's see. It's just an example. There's Tesla, uh, top production. So yeah, he doesn't care about tariffs because all these companies, which you'll notice are all oil, gas, cars, petroleum, etc. They all do business in foreign trade zones. They're not doing business in the United States. They're doing it in places that are considered under international law. And I want you to get that through your head that at any time, me being 17 miles away from the airport, there could be anyone could qualify to be in the foreign trade zone. Okay, any business, the Mormon Church Corporation, I'm sure they do a lot of their behind the scenes stuff. They're in a foreign trade zone. Horrible, horrible, horrible things are happening in these zones, and that's why I'm telling you about them. You don't even know they exist half the time. And then when you go to free trade zones in other countries, you're talking about the elimination of labor laws. You're talking about Apple getting caught using child labor. But hey, guess what? In the zone, there is no child labor law because it's not part of the country that made the law that would protect children. And usually those children are immigrants from another country. So the whole thing is designed for one country to use immigrants from another country instead of their own local labor force. It's the most bizarre thing. And guess what? If IKEA, who works out of free trade zones, they can import Swedish people, they don't have to be legal because the country of origin for their product is Sweden. Sweden's sending stuff and they're sending stuff back. Uh, uh, so when you say made in America or when you say assembled in America, oh, thanks. That's great, Tesla. But, none of this was America. I mean, your company is not in America, technically, for Customs and Border Patrol. And for purposes of tariffs and duties, you're pretty much exempt. And this means that Customs is not, you're like pre-approved with Customs. They're not examining anything you do. You can bring people, you can bring fentanyl, you can bring anything you want into this country. And we're going to get into that. Now, something else you need to know, this was in my first documentary back in 2010 called The Corporation Nation. This is Executive Order number 12803, probably one of the most important ones, where good old George Bush there. Let's just read it, because privatization means the disposition or transfer of an infrastructure asset, such as by sale or by long-term lease, from a state or local government to a private party. In other words, a corporation or a non-governmental agency or whatever. This is all about privatizing what you believe is public. When you go through a toll lane and you're paying, or you're going to a parking meter, you're paying outrageous prices. Well, that's because they did a public-private partnership with some company, like in Chicago, I believe it was with Morgan Stanley, where they own all the parking garages and meters, and therefore you're paying $25 for a 10-minute parking. Okay? That's because it's been privatized. Meanwhile, government's collecting just a little bit and saying, okay, you can run it for 10 years. We're going to take $1 billion now instead of waiting for the fees that we're going to collect in the future, and you can do whatever you want. Meanwhile, they're making 10, 15 billion off you privately. You see, this is how things work now. Everything's being privatized. Everything's becoming international. Government is non-existent. It's all commerce now. That's what I'm trying to say. Infrastructure asset means any asset financed in whole or by part the federal government. And that's why you should not take federal funds if you're going to start a city or do anything needed for the functioning of the economy. Examples of such assets include, but are not limited to, you want to know why things have gone to shite? Roads, tunnels, bridges, electricity supply facilities, mass transit, rail transportation, airports, ports, waterways, water supply facilities, recycling and wastewater treatment facilities, solid waste disposal facilities, housing, schools, prisons, and hospitals. Why has everything gone to crap? Because it's all privatized. It's not necessarily that private companies own these things. It's that they get a lease to run them and profit from them. Or they say, we're going to improve the roadway, and therefore we're going to charge you all kind of tax, all this, and then we're going to put it on. Basically, the government's collecting an upfront fee, giving them the lease, and then they charge all kinds of money, and you're paying way more for a service like your trash service, your water, your electricity, your gas. These are all being run by private corporations. Why? This is why. Because it's all about, they own these corporations. Government is the main investor and shareholder in all corporations. They are the ones. This is business. This is not government anymore. And that's what I'm trying to really get through your heads. We don't live in that fantasy world of the George Washington and his apple tree and the Constitution. That's all gone, guys. And this is telling you that. So when you're paying outrageous prices because you're in a district, and you can be in 100 districts, your wastewater district, your school district, your wastewater treatment district, your trash district, all of these things, that's why you're paying such high prices for absolutely no reason. Why has your bill gone sky high? Why did they put in smart meters? All these different things. It's because of this. It's because you've let them. It's because you're not realizing that everything is being privatized, and that because you're a person of the United States, you just have to deal with it. Everything you do is in person. Everything you do is in franchise. You're free. Remember? This is the problem. State and local governments means the governments of any state in the United States, the District of Columbia, any commonwealth, territory, or possession of the United States, and any country, municipality, city, town, township, local public authority, school district, special district, interstate district, regional or interstate government entity, council of governments, and any agency or instrumentality of local government, and any federally recognized Indian tribe. Wow. Yeah, these are all corporations, guys, municipal or otherwise. None of this is legitimate. It's all about commerce. They do nothing but handle and administrate commercial activities of which you are a customer, not a citizen, not this romantic version of, oh, no, you're a customer and you're letting it happen. Consistent with the principles of federalism enumerated in Executive Order number 12612, and in order to allow the private sector to provide for infrastructure modernization and expansion, state and local governments should have greater freedom to privatize infrastructure assets. So, what do? They create free trade zones that aren't even part of the United States for Customs and Border Patrol so that they can do all of this organized crime basically out in the open and nobody knows about it because they don't have to report it to you. Federal financing of infrastructure assets should not act as a barrier to achievement of economic efficiencies through additional private market financing or competitive prices or both. Concerning the maintenance and disposition of their federally financed infrastructure assets, user fees are generally more efficient than general taxes as a means to support infrastructure assets. Privatization transactions should be structured so as not to result in unreasonable increases in charges to users. Now, an example of this, a while ago, I had this major battle with the sheriff, had him on the radio, got banned from the radio. The local radio, the AM station. Well, showed up at all his things to try to mess him up, But um, they started charging what was called a police protection fee. I'm like, you got to be kidding. Now, here's the deal. As it says, user fees are generally more efficient. What does that make you? It makes you users. A user, if you're using another's property, service, or anything else, you're bound to the law that it creates. If you're using a person, a citizen of the United States, in your state, guess what? You're bound to all these things that are municipal in nature because in Rome, the citizens that they'd conquer, people they'd conquer and then call citizens, were actually called municeps. So it's a full circle here. So user fees are more efficient. So what do? Well, because it's so hard to get more property taxes. Well, what do? They say your property value is going sky high, and therefore we have to change the value. Now we're going to charge you more tax. Well, they can only do that so much, and of course your property is not really worth that. That's the market price. This has nothing to do with reality, but you can charge higher taxes. And those taxes then go to major investment funds and they buy more stock in more companies and say it's for the schools. It's not. It actually doesn't go to the schools, it goes to the school fund, an investment fund. It's all a lie. The lottery goes to the school fund. It doesn't go to schools. Give me a break. So, look, police protection fee, we're now going to assign these, we're going to hire basically what look like ex-prison cons, tattooed, shaved heads. They look like gang members. They're now going to be your police in the unincorporated areas of Utah or Salt Lake County. And therefore, you are going to pay a police protection fee to pay for it. Well, you're like, hell no, I'm not going to pay. I'm not going to pay you $100 and something to have these criminals act as private police. What the hell? Okay, well, what happens? You didn't pay the fee. We're sending you a bill. We're sending you then another bill that says you owe fees. You're not paying the late fees. Okay, well, you've left us no choice. We now have attached this to what? Your property tax. Now, you can still refuse to pay the fee, but now it's part of your property tax. And if you don't pay the fee, we're going to take your home to pay the fee. So they've just turned what is this arbitrary thing that can be created at any time by any district, the sheriff can create, anybody can create it. Just has to be approved by the municipality. Bunch of corrupt, you know, businessmen essentially. Um, and it can be applied to you. And if you don't pay it, it gets taxed. It gets attached to the one thing that you wouldn't want it attached to, which is your property tax. And if you don't pay your property tax, they take your home. Imagine the extortion and exaction they can accomplish by this, and they do, as you know. Review these review these procedures affecting the management and disposition of federally financed infrastructure assets owned by state and local governments, um, and modify those procedures to encourage appropriate privatization. This is the government telling you, the taxpayer, the people who actually built all this stuff, hey, thanks. Glad we could exact all that money from you to pay for this. Now we're essentially gonna give it to private enterprise because that's also us. We're not taking it from anything legitimate and make it illegitimate. Basically, we're gonna commercialize it because that's all they do is commerce. That's all they have power over. Really, war is commerce. Peace is free flowing commerce. War is just commerce when it's not necessarily free flowing. Something's stopping it, so we go to war. To extent permanent by law, the head of each executive department and agency shall undertake the following actions: review those procedures affecting the management and disposition of federally financed infrastructure assets owned by the state and local governments, and modify those procedures to encourage appropriate privatization of such assets consistent with this order, assist state and local governments in their efforts to advance the objectives of this order. This is a federal government. The reason you didn't want a central government telling you that it's going to force local governments to sell off your property that you paid for, your forefathers paid for, and built. Approve state and local governments' request to privatize infrastructure assets consistent with the criteria in Section 4 of this order, and where necessary, grant exceptions to the disposition requirements of uniform administrative requirements for grants, etc., etc. Uniform law, uniform commercial code, uniform everything. There's over 133. If you pass uniform laws in every state, then you don't have to make it federal, and you can get away with a lot of stuff. And that's what they've done. User charges will be consistent with any current federal conditions, shall take action to ensure that the policies of the executive department and agencies are consistent with the principles, criteria, and requirements of this order, etc., etc. This order is intended only to improve the internal management of the executive branch and is not intended to create any right or benefit, etc., etc. Yes. Now, one of the things that this applies to is what you do on a daily basis. Now, the fact that you're watching me right now suggests that you have agreed to the Microsoft, Apple, or other. For that matter, what are we on? Whatever platform this is, you agree to the terms and conditions. Just about everything you do now has a EULA, an end user license agreement, where you agree to the conditions. What do you actually? You don't read it, right? Because who wants to read? Well, I do. And trust me when I say you don't want to know what you've agreed to. And you also probably don't want to know what these things do is they take you outside of the United States and they put you into international law. They take away your right to access the Department of Justice, any courts or any laws that would protect you as a consumer, and they put you into an arbitration. Arbitration can be private, or they can choose which country they want to be arbitrated in because you agree to it. You're stuck. And, private international law takes over. Deals with private relationships across national borders. This is called conflict of laws in the U.S. In other words, U.S. law will always surpass the private international law unless, well, the maxim of law says that the contract makes the law. So by signing an end user agreement, you're actually agreeing to not have the U.S. law be superior to whatever law you're agreeing to. And yes, this is what you've done with every agreement you've ever signed. Family law is also in this. Private international law is the body of conventions, modal laws, national laws, legal guides, and other documents and instruments that regulate private relationships across national borders. Private international law has a dualistic character, balancing international consensus with domestic recognition and implementation, as well as balancing sovereign actions and those of the private sector. So it is a sovereign action for the United States to say, hey, private sector, buy our crap and run our government for us through a private public partnership. In other words, United States domestic, now listen to this, United States domestic law's nearest equivalent to private law would be interstate conflict of laws or choice of laws. In other words, one state has different laws from the other, and you need to settle that in some form of jurisdiction. Uh, so yeah, this is just that. International private law is law governing disputes. Listen to this carefully, guys. Disputes between citizens, human or corporate. In other words, natural or corporate, human or corporate, but don't get it wrong. Human is not man. Human is not a term of nature, nor is nature when it comes to legal terms. It's referring to an individual, not a conglomerate, not a corporation. That's all. That doesn't mean human. It doesn't mean natural. It doesn't has nothing to legal is completely artificial, and so are persons, no matter what. Okay, the person is not you. You are not a person, but you act the part of different countries and citizens, human or corporate, against a foreign country. Disputes in international private law are often solved via negotiation, arbitration, litigation, or a combination of these. Now, you're not going to like it. Humans or corporate, I just love it. You just don't have no idea how far this has gone, man. Identify if provisions of private contract, laws of a foreign jurisdiction, rules of an international organization, or combination of these will apply to the dispute. How do you know? Oh, that's in the end user agreement you agreed to but didn't read. Sorry. Now, how's this going to affect you in the future, and for that matter, right now? Well, this was a big story, or at least it should have been, before Disney said we better not make this a big story, or people are going to catch on to our ploy. Disney wants wrongful death suit thrown out over Disney Plus end user lease agreement. Okay? Binding arbitration and class action waiver. Please read. You're agreeing to resolve all disputes between us through binding individual arbitration, include a class action waiver and jury trial waiver. No jury for you. No class action. Sorry. A man suing Walt Disney Parks and Resorts for the wrongful death of his wife is facing a new legal hurdle. Disney is trying to get it thrown out of court and sent to arbitration, which he agreed to, because he signed up for Disney Plus. So he went to Disney World or Disneyland, paid for the ticket, entered. His wife dies of food poisoning. He goes to sue, and Disney says, "Well, because you signed up 10 years ago for Disney Plus." Right? The television show, the channel, you can't sue any company that is affiliated with or that is Disney. So the fact that your wife, you're not in your own jurisdiction anymore. You've agreed to arbitration in an international venue of our choosing. We choose the arbitrator. We choose the system of law. Could be Belgium. Could be Unitroit. Could be whatever. Okay? Court documents show that the company is trying to get the $50,000 lawsuit tossed because the plaintiff signed up for a 1 month trial of the streaming service Disney Plus in 2019, which requires trial users to arbitrate all disputes within the company. Because Piccolo used the Walt Disney Parks website to buy Epcot Center tickets, Disney is shielded from a lawsuit from the estate of Piccolo's deceased wife, who died of a reaction to severe food allergies. The notion that signing up for Disney Plus free trial would bar a customer's right to a jury trial with any Disney affiliate or subsidiary is so outrageously unreasonable and unfair as to shock the judicial conscience, says the lawyer. And I would agree with that, except this is what you've done already. It's already done. Walt Disney Parks and Resort is explicitly seeking to bar its 150 million Disney Plus subscribers from ever prosecuting a wrongful death case against it in front of a jury, even if the case facts have nothing to do with a Disney Plus company. Bigelow is seeking damages, etc. So, yeah, Disney's not alone in saying your clicks mean you can't sue. Yeah, you see, this is starting to come out, but Disney pulled back and said, not the right time. We don't have quite enough control over this. We don't have the public, the public outrage. It's not time for public outrage. We'll handle that in some propaganda way. It's just this is what you're facing in the future, because everything they have you sign or click or whatever is designed to take you outside of the system and put you into a system that they want you to be in so that they can always win and you have no rights. They're signing up. This is basically what they're doing with immigrants. You're just becoming an immigrant by your own hand. You're signing yourself out of your own country and your own provisions of law and protections. Pretty amazing. These guys are very smart. Don't ever think they're idiots. Does signing up for Disney Plus mean you can never sue the Walt Disney Company? Harvard law expert helps deconstruct. Before a court could consider the plaintiff's negligence claim, Disney moved to dismiss the lawsuit entirely. The online terms of the service he agreed to required that he resolve any disputes against the company in arbitration, not a courtroom. It also claimed that he had agreed to those terms once again when he bought tickets to the Disney World theme park. Did you know you're telling Disney, hey, if your roller coaster, comes off its track and kills my whole family, well, I mean, basically, you're screwed. Sorry. You can't sue us. We're immune from all liability, and you're not even in the United States when it comes to this. Yay! It's, yeah, so, great. It also claimed that he'd agreed to those with the tickets. The court will need to interpret the arbitration clause and determine whether it covers the wrongful death claim. So the court will look at this, look at the contract. Remember, the contract makes the law, and say whether or not it can even hear the case. This is not our jurisdiction. You have agreed to arbitration. Okay, courts aren't there to protect you. They're there to cause this system to be in place. So they weren't quite ready for this to happen, I don't think. A court may find that the wrongful death claim is so far removed from the Disney Plus subscription that is beyond the scope of the arbitration clause. The court would likely incorporate a few key principles from contract law in its determination, and that's what scares me. It's contract law. Contract makes the law. So here we are, back to President Trump testing the limits of emergency powers. On his first day in office, signed a slew of executive orders. He paused briefly when he got one declaring a national energy emergency, one of multiple emergencies declared that day. That's a big one, he said. You know what that allows you to do? That means you can do whatever you have to do to get out of that problem. There he's telling you he has total power under the law of necessity. He just told you what I've just read to you. He's just told you he's a dictator and there's nothing you can do about it. And there's nothing the Congress can do about it, or the courts, or anything else. Now, they'll put you through this whole rigmarole, all the propaganda. They'll pretend they're against it, but they're not. This is how the system works. Like I said, Congress pre-approved everything the president did long ago. They're not against him. They can then say, oh, our hands are tied. We can't do anything. We're just Congress. The executive, he's the executive. So it's a great excuse for Congress to pull the wool over your eyes. He used an emergency declaration to fund his border wall after a divided Congress didn't give him the money he wanted. Trump declares an economic emergency. Now, again, think about what is not the economy. I mean, if everything government does is a commercial in nature, and that implies economic in nature, well, then he basically just declared an emergency, which all laws of the Communist Manifesto would come in place. Control of Transportation, control of energy, control of all the things that you wouldn't want your government to be in control of. Okay? And it means all corporations, everything. Okay? He can literally steal all the fuel and all the you can do anything because the laws are in place to let him do that. And I have another presentation that actually shows just how frightening that is. I didn't include it here because it's just too much. But so duties on 10% of imports, etc. But are you importing from China if it goes into a free trade zone? No. It's the same as duty free in the airport. You're not paying duties because you're getting it yourself. You're not importing, right? So you got to think these companies are not importing anything into America if they're not selling it to Americans, United States. There is no import, there's no duties, there's no tariffs. Let's see. Dovetail has embraced protectionist members. Oops. Okay, so let's start talking about these foreign trade zones and what they actually are. This is the Texas trade zones. U.S. foreign trade zones, FTZs or zones, are domestic equivalents of what are internationally known as free trade zones. They are usually located in areas with geographic trade advantages, much as major seaports, international airports, and national frontiers. I'm just going to check and make sure I'm still connected here. Yes, it looks like I am. That would
Yes,
suck if I wasn't.
you're good in this end here.
All
I'm going
right.
to cross.
Within, let's see, within FTZs, foreign trade zones, company goods can be uploaded, manufacturers reassembled, tested, sampled, processed, repackaged, and re-exported without the intervention of U.S. customs authorities. Drugs can come in, they can be converted to a worse drug or a bomb, or people can come in, they can be made slaves and leave the zone without anybody. I mean, this is the reality of how things are. This is international, government sponsored, organized crime that we call commerce. Okay. Um, Only when goods are moved outside of a zone do they become subject to U.S. customs duties, or for that matter, tariffs. Zone status may also make sites eligible for state and local tax benefits. Isn't that nice? So while you and your little mom and pop companies are getting hit with all these horrible things, legitimate companies are just taking all the hits. These big companies, the government's the main investor in, are using foreign trade zones and not paying a damn thing. Officially, FTZs are sites approved and administered by U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, as well as the Foreign Trade Zones Board, and located in or near U.S. Customs ports of entry, where foreign and domestic merchandise is considered to be outside the country for purposes of duty payment. Outside the country, for purposes of customs actually checking to see that what you say is coming in is actually what's coming in. You seen those big shipyards with all the containers? The truth is, a lot of those are not being checked. FTZs promote and the now here's the thing that Trump is actually promoting. FTZs promote, and for that matter, Musk, because he operates almost solely out of FTZs, promote the international competitiveness of U.S. based businesses because zone activities primarily involve domestic operations combining foreign inputs with significant domestic inputs. Zones also facilitate and expedite international trade, retain and create jobs for foreigners a lot, and encourage investment, manufacturing, and logistics with the United States. Um, yeah, through taxing and fees that we have to pay or we get our homes taken away. Businesses operating in FTCs can reduce duty and tax costs as well as streamline their production and processes. Primary manufacturing industries benefiting from FTCs are oil refining, vehicles, automotive parts, consumer electronics, and pharmaceuticals. Logistics related firms also benefit as companies can utilize FTCs for warehousing, inspection, labeling, salvaging, and distribution. Retail trade is prohibited. You see, none of this is happening in the purview of the United States. In other words, yes, it's being overseen by customs, but not really, because you're talking about international things coming in and leaving or being destroyed or being, parts coming in, the car is put together, the car is shipped out, and it's as if the car never even entered the United States. And so there's no benefit to the United States, no tariffs. These things are being sold to companies as tariff relief, right? Again, this is why Elon Musk has no problem with tariffs. Some FTZs contain subzones, which are special purpose zones approved for use by one company for a specific activity, usually as manufacturing plants. Major companies operating in Texas FTZs include BASF, Citgo, Refining and Chemicals, Dell Computers, Dow Chemical, ExxonMobil, General Motors, Shell Oil, and Zales. Zale, the diamonds that are coming in from cheap labor in Africa, that kind of thing. Um, Administrations, ITA, the latest data available indicates that the combined value of merchandise entering all U.S. FTZs totaled over $835 billion, up a billion from 2012. These are old figures, sorry. Texas leads the nation with 32 FTZs, more than any other state, according to its website, etc. Has 64 affirms assigned to the subzones. Yeah. This is back in 2013. U.S. foreign trade zones by the numbers. 177, there are now over 300. Over 500 subzones, I'm sure there's a lot more than that. Location of zones, 50 states and Puerto Rico. It's everywhere, guys. You're not going to escape it. And for the most part, you're either going to ignore it or do something about it. There's only two choices here. Value of merchandise over 835 billion, exports over 79 billion. That's gone way up, obviously. Employment approximately 390,000. Who is it that's employed? Of course, that's up to like millions now. And businesses served 3,050, but these are all major, corporations. Here's a map. Those that have the green triangle, those are all, I believe, were those airports or they're just ports of some kind. And so if you attach a 120, basically 60 miles in any direction from that can be considered, from any one of those green dots, is considered a potential membership in the free or foreign trade zone. Okay, some are on the water, some are not. All of them, you'll notice, are on what? Well, we call these freeways, but in fact, they're actually called virtual waterways because, the law of the sea or international law is what's being applied here. So they're considered water. They're not in the United States for purposes of customs and border control. They're not in the United States for purposes of commerce because they're not selling products. They're just shipping them in, manufacturing them, then shipping them out. Wonder you get. I know people ask all the time, why would you ship in vegetables from China? And why would you do this? And why do we do these stupid things? This is why. It's the avoidance of tariffs and duties and many other reasons. Foreign trade zone 68. It's a one-stop international trade hub in the U.S.-Mexico border. Isn't that wonderful? See, this is how they this is how they advertise it. Nurturing collaboration, improving compliance, and expanding and establishing services. Yes, this is the El Paso International Airport. Every airport is a foreign trade zone. Well, the big ones, anyway. Welcome to El Paso's foreign trade zone, etc. There's your tariffs schedule. Let's see. City of El Paso is the grantee and general purpose operator of Foreign Trade Zone 68. It is administered through El Paso International Airport. The zone consists of 5 regional sites totaling 3,443 acres throughout the city and within El Paso County. FTC boundaries can be set up around any company facility within the El Paso County boundaries via a minor boundary modification process. So any, like I said, this circumference of, it's usually 120 miles, you can be part of this. FTC activity, this is from the Department of Commerce, would be limited to specific foreign status materials and components and specific finished products. Let's see, production under FTC procedures could exempt Woodbridge from customs duty payments on the foreign status components used in export production. On its domestic sales for the foreign status materials noted below, Woodbridge would be able to choose the duty rates during customs entries procedure. In other words, I could import a bunch of parts and I could pay the duty or the tariffs on the parts. I could do that. Or I could assemble all the parts into a finished product like a car, and I could do the single duty on the car. Or I can do the same thing and then export it out and never pay any duties, which, you know, if I'm going from Tesla in Mexico to Tesla in America to Tesla in Canada or China for that matter, by the way, Tesla is the only American, I guess, United States private company, foreign company to set up shop in China. Why is that? Every other company, every other car company is either state owned, in other words, the People's Republic, or private, meaning one of Chinese citizens. Somehow Tesla got in there, though. Oh, but he's not actually in China. He's in a free trade zone. These are bad people. I don't know. The worship of them really bothers me. Woodbridge would be able to avoid duty on foreign status components which become scrap or waste. Customs duties also could possibly be deferred or reduced on foreign status production equipment. Here's a look at the foreign trade zone. When we fill in the blanks, you can see that the zone extends for a long period of time, but those places in red are the foreign trade zone general purpose. And you have to get essentially permission to be a corporation in the trade zone. This is what they're pushing for people to avoid tariffs. Okay. Let's see here. Types of projects eligible for TRZ funding. Tolled and not, remember this list? Tolled and non-tolled roads, passenger or freight rail facilities, certain airports, pedestrian or bicycle facilities, intermodal hubs, parking facilities and equipment to collect parking fees, transit systems, tolled and non-tolled bridges, certain border crossing inspection facilities, ferries, other improvements in a property designated TRZ. Now you remember, these were a lot of these were on that same list of what they wanted to privatize. Port Authority and Navigation District TRZ funding can be used for a port project, which is defined as a project that is necessary or convenient for the proper operation of a maritime, international law port, or waterway, that could be a roadway, and that will improve the security, movement, and intermodal transportation of cargo or passengers in commerce and trade, including dredging, disposal, and other projects. Right now, you might not know this, but they are dredging the sand at the bottom of the sea everywhere that they can, destroying all the coral, destroying the life, disregarding anything that's alive in that sand in order to extract the sand, because they can't use sand in a desert because it's like glass. But the sand in the ocean is like, it's real sharp, right? It's the glass meaning smooth. This is real sharp, and so you can use it very well in construction. And so you got all these companies and all this illegal work going on where they're dredging the bottom of the ocean, causing tides to rise, and then blaming it on global warming, causing flooding, causing the deterioration of the ocean floor and therefore of the land itself, the beaches, and blaming it on something else, global warming. And yeah, that's happening right now in a way that's so disturbing that there was actually a documentary called Sand Wars, because sand is one of the top three biggest commodities. They're destroying nature in the name of commerce, basically, just to build more buildings with sand, because sand is so sought after, especially sand from the ocean because it's so sharp and it works well in the mixing of concrete. You wonder why Japan or China was building all those empty cities. That's because we're running out of usable sand. So they're killing the ocean floors for that. As noted in the introduction, a TRZ can only be initiated by a local government and requires approval only from its governing body, city council or commissioner's court, after public hearings are held. The Texas law does not limit the maximum size or footprint of a TRZ if it falls within the local government's jurisdiction and conforms to the contiguous geographical area. The boundaries may be amended at any time because there is no real law to accommodate changes in the limits of the project for which the zone was originally created. Texas law does not require local governments to dedicate 100% of the annual tax increment revenue to a project. They can collect your taxes for a purpose and not actually put it towards that purpose. All or a portion of the funds specified by the local government within the zone must be used to fund the transportation project or projects for which the zone is creating. So, in other words, in order to facilitate international trade and the crimes that are happening within these foreign trade zones and free trade zones, they tax us, or what's called revenue, revenue creation or something. Put a fee, put a tax, put whatever on us to rebuild. And you notice there's always orange barrels on every freeway. They're improving the freeways, improving the virtual waterways. They're not improving my street, which has a giant pothole, but they're doing it there so that these big trucks and all the airports are being redone. Some of them are just outrageous, right? Yeah, that's because they're international trade hubs. It's not for you, right? It is for you to make you think they give a crap about you and what. But no, this is all about commerce. This is all about trade. And when you're in the airport, what are you? You're just another piece of cargo. You're actually listed as cargo if you look deep enough, but we'll get into that. Um, do do do. The remaining portion of tax increment collected within the zone may be retained by local government and used for any other general revenue fund purposes. Now, what they do is they collect your taxes, they put it in the general fund. The problem with the general fund, which is an investment fund, problem with the general fund is there's no restrictions. They could use it for anything, and so they have to. Hello. Um,
Hi,
I hear
Moscone.
static.
Moscone. Yes, please, Moscone and all the guests, let us all hit our microphone mute. Please let us all mute the microphone for the live participants. Thank you so much.
How rude. Okay, so um, they put it in the general fund. The problem with the general fund in any city or county or state or federal, it's all in their CAFRs, all in their audits. They create other funds and then restrict those funds so that they say, well, I'm sorry, we don't have any money in the general fund, which is unrestricted. We put it in the golf fund, take care of golf courses. We put it in the enterprise fund. We put it there. So all these investments that your government holds, they can pay off all their debts tomorrow if they wanted to, but they don't want to because debt is profitable when you're on the side that counts. Okay, so the reason you're paying such high taxes is because they hide all their money from you, which is in the actual audit, which you can find. It's called the CAFR, CAFR. It's in your local library for your city or county, or it's online. They're required to publish it, and instead of that, they give you what's called their budget, which doesn't include any of their investments or anything else, long-term investments. So anyway, uh, let's see here. So okay, they're basically raping us in order to build these foreign trade zones and improve all of the roads, the international waterways, virtual waterways that connect them so that they can have this huge organized criminal outfit and call it commerce. Achieve cost savings and operational efficiency with one source foreign trade zone management. Maximize cost saving opportunities, expedite shipment, importing, and exporting across borders, and direct your zone operations with the necessary tools. Right? Basically, avoiding everything that we set into law to protect this kind of stuff from this kind of organized crime from happening. Well, you can go into a foreign trade zone and avoid all that. This is just they're talking about the potential duty would be $885 on the estimated foreign value of goods, but the actual duty paid because you're in a foreign trade zone would be $57. Congratulations. Um, and then below, inverted duty, that's for entered foreign goods, but the inverted duty savings, entered foreign value is 6,300,000. Potential duty is 885, but actual duty, no duties collected. You can do business for free, and the taxpayers will just put it on the taxpayers. Get duty and fee savings throughout the importing, exporting, and manufacturing process. Eliminate, defer, and or reduce the U.S. Customs and Border Protection duty payments by taking advantage of inverted tariffs, duty-free re-exports, and merchandise processing fee caps. Boy, this almost makes it sound like you're not even going to be able to do very much business unless you're in a foreign trade zone because the fees are going to just get you. So you're telling me that inverted tariffs. So instead of paying the tariffs that Trump is allegedly putting on all these countries, the only people that are actually going to pay for them is us or smaller companies because they're not part of the foreign trade zones. But why? What is a way that you could implement a sort of, hey, come on over here and join the foreign or free trade zone and you won't have to pay these tariffs? See, they're trying to get everything out of the jurisdiction of the state. So there's no law. It's international law, or it's the law that you choose. And again, all these end user agreements and stuff, putting you in arbitration, taking you outside of the law. It's really frightening. Deliver goods directly to the foreign trade zone without customs application and approval. Well, boy, if I'm a drug dealer, that sounds wonderful. Oh gosh. And by drug dealer, I mean pharmaceutical company. Let's see. Date. Foreign value. Look at that. Actual duty. Potential duty $16,000. Actual duty 0. Automating the creation of required reports. So now it's going to be the AI doing the reports for you for the FTC board, a non-governmental organization, and the CBP. Reports include warehousing details, use of materials, supply chain records, and customs classifications. Now, certain fields, if you were to falsify or, if you're a nurse, for instance, and you just copy and paste your field report, um, your charting, you're gonna lose your license. But here, hey, since they don't really care what you're importing or exporting because you're not technically in America, it's nuts. More than 3,000 firms in the U.S. use FTZs to eliminate, defer, or reduce duties, taxes, and fees. I am the importer of record, and that the actual owner, purchaser, or consignee for Customs and Border Patrol purposes is as shown above, or owner, the purchases or purchaser or agent thereof. Get relief with inverted tariffs. In some cases, tariffs on U.S. component items or raw materials have a higher duty rate than the finished product. A major benefit of operating in an FTZ is that you can elect to pay whichever duty is lower. The duty rate for many finished products is 0, eliminating any costs associated with importing the raw materials and goods. When you choose to pay the lower duty rate on a finished product, you take advantage of what's called inverted tariff savings. I'm Trump, I'm orange, and I'm going to charge you a bunch of tariffs. But for my friends and the companies that we're invested in, no worries, man. You go ahead and you work out of these these things that, yeah, they're not even part of my jurisdiction. I mean, we don't even care. Just do what you want. No tariffs on you. Tesla, Elon, my friend, you can take all your Tesla parts from China, pull them into America, put the cars together, export them out, and you won't have to pay any tariffs at all. Or maybe we'll just, we won't charge you a tariff because you're an American, right? You're American, and you obviously you're hiring Americans, right? TRZ parcels are parcels of land within a transportation reinvestment zone. TRZs are everywhere. This is why you get these fees, why you see these zones and districts and things popping up, and all of a sudden you're getting a new tax or a new fee. You might not see the fee. It might be attached to gas. It might be attached to whatever. TRZs work by it's called revenue capture. Work by capturing property tax increments to help fund transportation improvements. How do you do that? You put a fee, and then you charge that when the people, the fee then is attached to the property tax, and if you don't pay your property tax, it's just extortion. That's all. It's just action. And this is to help fund transportation improvements. They don't, and that's because they're not charging tariffs or fees to the people that are using these roads. Our use of it is purely just a benefit. They don't raise tax rates, but instead allow sponsors to issue debt using the new property tax revenues. TRZs can be used to capture both current and future economic growth. This is all part of the privatization. To capture current and future economic growth, I sell the lease to a corporation to, say, charge the tolls for the next 10 years. They give me $1 billion, and I'm satisfied. They run the thing as a private partner, public-private partnership, and yet at the end of 10 years, they've collected $10 billion in fees and only paid us $1 billion of it. That's quite a public-private partnership. That's what privatization is all about. And it helps to be the main stockholder of all these corporations. And it helps, of course, that the law states that the main objective of any corporation is what? To make shareholders profit. Nothing else. That's it. If government's your main tax or your main shareholder, and the law says that every company must make shareholders a profit, and government is also the regulator of these companies, you can imagine it's in the best interest of government to deregulate, which is exactly what we're seeing now. Why are we seeing it? Because there is a declaration of national emergency on the economy. You see how all these pieces just flow together? You see the game that's being played? Excuse me. I'm getting sick. You see the game that's being played here with the law and how it applies and who it applies to. The privatization aspect of it. This is all one master plan for globalization. Globalization that already exists. It's just to bring us all into an international sort of citizenship, an international law person, if you will, an identity, a digital identity, which has been the number one goal of the United Nations and its Agenda 21, Agenda 2030 for a very long time. Transportation Reinvestment Zones, or TRZs, are designated areas located around transportation projects created to encourage development and capture property tax increments to help fund the improvements. Yeah. TRZs can be used to capture both present and future economic growth created as a result of the transportation improvements, and they may be used in conjunction with other value capture methods. I could sit here probably for an hour and tell you about all the value capture methods that they use, including all the districts and all that. It's, like I said, it's infrastructure privatization. TRZs do not raise tax rates. Rather, they allow sponsors to issue debt by leveraging new property tax revenues generated within the TRZ. Sponsors to issue debt by leveraging new property tax. They're borrowing against a tax that doesn't exist yet. Unlike tax increment financing, TRZs do not normally necessitate a board of directors. Nice. Depending on the state, there are different mechanisms used to collect funds generated by TRZs. Texas uses a pass through financing program requiring communities to pay some project costs up front. This money is repaid from future revenues generated by the TRZ. In Texas, TRZs uh, may establish may be established at the municipal or county level. Municipal, that's corporations. Uh, municipal corporate municipal corporations, TRZs, are established by a city with the tax increment defined as a value captured multiplied by municipal property tax rate. County TRZs are set up with the county and define the tax increment as a value capture multiplied by the county's annual property tax rate. Now, again, organized criminals called corporations and governments are uh, basically conjoined here. They're conspiring together to charge you to build these things and improve the areas and the roads and the ports, etc., the airports, for instance. We didn't need a new airport, but we sure got one. And so now all this international trade and commerce can be more effective, which has no benefit to you whatsoever. This is the problem. So, here's an example. I-10 and Loop, first TRZ in Texas in 2008 to support the development of I-10. The TRZ expected to generate $70 million in funds from the areas surrounding the highways. If you're unfortunate enough to live around that highway, you're going to get a fee, a tax, to pay for this, which will not benefit you in any way except you get to drive on it. Congratulations. But it's really designed to improve and set up this system of international law. Basically, something that doesn't even exist technically in the United States if you're approved to be on it. It's really messed up. They set property tax levels as a baseline and uses and any incremental tax revenue to support the development of the highways. So yeah, Smith County fund the expansion of the Lindale Relief Route, etc. You can read that for yourself. Hayes Highway, Hayes County support a construction of FM 110. These are all highway projects, in other words, corridors, etc., that are considered virtual waterways, international, that you can go from Mexico to Canada and never enter the United States. That's what you're paying for with your tax revenue. It's not benefiting you. Texas legislator created an innovative transportation funding mechanism called the Transportation Reinvestment Zone that allows municipal and city governments to set aside local match contributions for transportation projects most critical to their communities. Anyway, that's more on that you can read for yourself. Now we look and we find, this is all going on at the Texas A&M University Transportation Institute. What the hell? Well, tools for Port Authority transportation reinvestment zones. So bizarre. We are diverse. So what is this Texas A&M Transportation Institute? Since 1950. We are a diverse, interconnected group of 700 professionals, students, and support staff from 38 different countries. TTI staff are recognized state, national, and international leaders. Okay, talk about privatization. With expertise in engineering, planning, economics, policy, public engagement, landscape architecture, environmental sciences, data sciences, social sciences, and more, TTI professionals are thought leaders in their fields. I hate that word probably more than anything. Thought leaders. We're thought leaders. I hate to know what that makes me. Let's see. This is again your locations for this this organization. Internationally, they're in Mexico City. So the Texas A&M is in Mexico City. Isn't that interesting? Oh, and Washington, D.C., by the way, which is not part of the United States. TTI has conducted research in all 50 states and 54 countries. We have an international reach. So I want you to understand again, this is organized international crime, and it's being portrayed as if it's for the benefit of society, community, and yet it's all about international trade, which we haven't even gotten into how horrible this really is. Uh, Vast network of more than 200 public and private research sponsors. So again, public-private partnerships. Worst thing in the world. All based on privatization of public assets. Here's your estimated revenues. We won't get into that. Port authority means, you've heard the term port authority, especially if you're on the East Coast. Port authority means a port authority or navigation district created or operating under either one of the following articles of the Texas Constitution. Counties, cities, or other political corporations. There's more reinforcement there. Or subdivisions authorizes counties, cities, and other political corporations or subdivisions to issue bonds and levy taxes for the purposes of improving rivers. Well, gosh, I was here all this time. I thought God was doing the improvements, but hey, I guess it's the Port Authority that's interesting. Despite the fact that port-owned property within a navigation district is property tax exempt. Wait a minute, you're charging us property tax, but they're the money that's going to their what? And as such does not contribute to TRZ revenue. So we're contributing to it, but the revenue they create does not. It remains fully eligible to be considered part of the TRZ footprint. This eligibility important in cases where the port project for which a TRZ is being created, that's again a transportation reinvestment zone, is within port-owned property, since the TRZ revenue can only be used to pay for the projects within the zone. So anything that's built and protected in the zone is only going to be for the zone, not for the community. But you just said it was for the community. This is all nuts, man. Navigation. Now, bays, creeks, streams, and canals to prevent overflow. But really, what it boils down to is navigation. Are these navigable? Roads are virtual waterways. Well, so are rivers. They're real waterways, and both allow navigation. Navigation is another word for commerce. As per Texas Water Code, navigation districts can be created and can operate under this article of the Texas Constitution. Authorizes the creation and conservation and reclamation districts for the purposes of conserving and developing natural resources, but specifically navigation. Coastal water for navigation, stormwater in rivers and streams in aid of navigation. You see, it's all about commerce. It's not about protecting you. This is why when New Orleans floods, they don't give a crap as long as it's not affecting their commerce. I'll bet you the airport and the corporate structure that's the TRZ. In fact, it's be an interesting project. Wherever there's a flood, is it ever flooding in the TRZ or I should say the foreign trade zone? I'll bet you not, because they're not doing this for you. They're not doing this for us. This is not government in any legitimate way. This is corporations posing as governments. Government services. Defines a port security. So this section supports a port security transportation or facility project for the proper orientation of a maritime port. Again, that's international law. And that will improve the security, movement, and intermodal transportation of cargo or passengers in commerce and trade. Always commerce. Okay? Always transportation of some sort. There it is in the actual thing. Let's see. Tax increment captured appraised value. This is why your house prices keep going up. And tax increment base. Ad valorem tax is levied and collected by the Port Authority or by Commissioner's Court on behalf of the Port Authority for that year. Captured appraised value of real property taxed by the Port Authority and located in the TRZ. You might not know that you're in a TRZ. It's just a zone they create to tax people to build foreign trade zones and improve the methods of using them, the roads, the waterways. The total appraised value of all real property taxable by a port authority and located in the TRZ for that year, less the tax increment base of the port authority. That's the captured appraised value. The previous one was the annual tax increment, and then the tax increment base. Tax increment base of a port authority is defined as the total appraised value of all real property taxable by the port authority and located in the TRZ for the year in which the zone was designated, the base year. All right. Here's the Florida's foreign trade zones. The black dots are the specific zones. But remember, the interstate highways are considered intermodal, so they're not in the U.S. if you're for the purposes of Customs and Border Patrol. Commercial airports, there's 20 of those. Those are also ports, so they are also foreign trade zones. Lots of times operated out of them. And you'll notice every airport is where? It's by or within 60 miles generally of a port. Deepwater seaports and spaceports. Yes. What is Tesla going? What are these guys shooting for? The moon. They want to mine the moon. Guess what? There's actually plans to create foreign trade zones or free trade zones on the moon. Yes, you heard it. You heard it here first. Why do you think Tesla is supporting this? Why do you think? Sorry, Elon Musk, right? And then Trump with his Space Force. God. Foreign trade zones were established to encourage and expedite United States participation in international trade. To be clear, this does not say anything about local mom and pop commerce. It does not mean you. It's international trade. Okay, this is what they're trying to get people to use. Dallas Fort Worth, and you too by using end user agreements. Okay, the International Airport at Dallas Fort Worth holds the grant of authority for foreign trade zones. Number 39 utilizes the FTZ grant to promote international trade in the region. Companies operating receive multiple in the zone, receive numerous inventory tax exemptions for international inventory and savings or elimination of U.S. customs duties, tariffs, and taxes, potentially saving companies millions of dollars and reducing time frames. The facilities include a 21-acre business park and 2 cargo distribution centers with direct airport ramp access. Right from the zone to the airport, no metal detectors, right in there, no questions asked, no customs. How scary is that? I mean, who knows at any time what is in these zones? Nobody. That's the point. Portions of the airport land are pre-designated to accommodate multiple users. This is the National Free Trade Zone. This is like their association, National Association of Foreign Trade Zones. Of course, it's in Washington D.C., where they all are. Foreign trade zones are secured, designated locations around the United States in or near U.S. Customs port of entry where foreign and domestic merchandise is generally considered to be international commerce and outside of U.S. Customs Authority. Activated businesses in FTZs can reduce or eliminate duty and imports to take advantage of other benefits to encourage foreign commerce within the United States. To encourage foreign commerce within the United States. That is exactly what is happening. Foreign commerce, but within the United States. We're going to create jobs. We created this many jobs. Where did you create them exactly? And who's filling them? Is it us or is it foreigners? Because you shipped a bunch of them. Created by Congress in the Foreign Trade Zones Act of 1934, foreign trade zones continue to thrive to better meet the needs of American companies in the global economy. Yeah. 46 employee FTC programs across the United States, employing approximately 460,000 people at approximately 3,300 businesses, 767 billion in shipments. Um, Certain types of merchandise can be imported into a zone without going through formal customs entry procedures or paying import duties. Customs duties and excise taxes are due only at the time of transfer for U.S. consumption. Okay, we talked about that, but I want you to consider. I mean, I'm a cartel, and I want to get my fentanyl into the United States. All I have to do is pose or conjoin with or force a company to operate out of the foreign trade zone, and put my cocaine or my whatever, my fentanyl. I can store. I could be importing anything, and customs isn't going to look to check if that's the case unless they're tipped off that it's the this is. I can't believe that this is the way it is. I mean, it's almost, even now. I'm just like, I can't believe this is how, like, what has happened to us. FTZs are considered international commerce. Okay, FTC sites and facilities remain within the jurisdiction of local, state, and federal governments and agencies, though. Duty payable to on FTZ merchandise does not need to be included in the calculation of insurable value. Again, lowering insurance costs. Reduced transportation costs may also result from streamlined logistics. Now, you might be asking, but I thought everybody had to be equal. I thought we were all about equality. Okay, well, you're missing the point. We are equally in servitude, equally taxed, equally put in pain, punished, and licensed and extorted. But these people aren't operating with it. They're not equal to us. Their companies aren't equal to us because they're not operating in the United States. There's no equality here. There's no equity. They're creating again. If this was organized crime, then it would be the same thing, except they'd be doing it a little more clandestinely. So here you have duty exemptions, no duty quota charges on re-exports, etc., duty referrals, no limit to the length of time that merchandise may retain within the zone. So I could bring all my nuclear waste up from wherever, put it in a warehouse here without any proper, things, and it can just sit there for years and years and years. Weapons, whatever. I mean, anything's. You know what? Instead of me speculating, we'll go ahead and get to that part and actually read about all the things that they've busted and how these zones are known to be elements of criminal, duty reduction, inverted tariff. That's kind of why I'm doing this, is because the Trump tariff thing, where zone manufacturing results in the finished project that is a lower U.S. harmonized tariff rate than rates on foreign inputs. The finished product may be entered into U.S. customs territory at the duty rate that applies to finished condition. Moreover, duty is not owed on labor, overhead, or profit attributable to zone production operations. If you're working in a foreign trade zone, well, you don't necessarily get all the protections and stuff that's offered to, this is why they love to import their labor. No employee protections. No nothing. Quota avoidance and merchandising processing fee reduction. So obviously they're selling this in light of the tariff thing. Now this is the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Remarks delivered by Julie Myers, Assistant Secretary, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Department of Homeland Security, National Association of Foreign Trade Zones. So she is actually delivering this as the U.S. Immigration and Customs. She's actually telling them that this is what's happening, and this is back in 2007, Phoenix, Arizona. National Association of Free Trade Zones has been an excellent partner with the federal government for many, many years. Given that your members represent 350,000 jobs back then and 410 billion in commerce back then, we're honored to be working together to advance trade and yet keep our country safe. I mean, when you see that they're providing the means for us not to be safe, this is a joke. What I'd like to talk to you about today is our desire for an expanded partnership between the board, the association, and its members and ICE. To discuss how we can work together to help forge and maintain a global culture of corporate compliance, a global culture of basically international law compliance, where no one is actually recognized as being a citizen or having any rights or privileges. Basically, everybody's foreign or international, particularly in the areas of immigration enforcement and protection of your intellectual property. Okay? So this goes on, talks about a lot of stuff. Talks about what they do every day as ICE agents. You can read that yourself. Sheer volume of business transacted in foreign trade zones at bonded warehouses and with freight forwarders around the country requires we work together to ensure the integrity of the system. Well, you can ensure the integrity of the system by preventing foreign trade zones. I mean, that would be the easiest way. Say, hey, your your stuff is going to be bound to search and seizure. We're going to check everything you do, but no, that's what we do with everybody else. But no, for you, we're not going to do that. And here she's talking about we need to make it safe. To ensure the integrity of these zones, working closely with our parents at Customs and Border Protection, ICE, and CBP, have conducted special operations in a variety of bonded trade facilities through the United States. Now, a bonded trade facility, this is like going out on bond. You know, what do? You get a bail bond, you're out on good behavior, and you're agreeing to appear or do something. So it's a contractual obligation to appear, basically, when called. So, okay, what is a bonded trade facility? Well, you're basically under bond to be under good behavior as a corporation, and so customs is going to trust you that they're reporting accurately and that you're not doing a bunch of illegal crap. Yeah, that's not safety. These fraud investigative strike team or FISC operations address the risk of smuggling and fraud associated with activity along the U.S. border and within foreign trade zones. Its functional equipment. Many times, these targeted fist operations are carried out by ICE, etc., bonded warehouses, compliance reviews. It talks about because openings that might allow for the smuggling of commercial merchandise could also be exploited by a more dangerous criminal when intent on harming the United States and its citizens by smuggling narcotics or, in a worst case scenario, weapons of mass destruction via bonded warehouses. Okay, so you're in full understanding of this. I mean, you're going to allow it anyway. Fist reviews also identify other serious violations, etc. Uh, However, one thing we did find was a significant number of undocumented aliens who were employed at these facilities and encountered during an investigation. Isn't that interesting? I wonder where they all came from. Maybe on buses and planes sponsored by government. Sometimes the aliens are there having tricked their employer. Unfortunately, we sometimes see that non compliant importers and complicit customs bonded facility operators use the individuals to carry out their smuggling and fraud schemes because an illegal labor force lacks the rights and protections needed to stand up against those who perpetuate these fraud and smuggling schemes. In other words, illegals have no real way to do anything about it. They can't complain. They can't form a union. They can't do nothing. They have no rights. Of course, the problem of illegal aliens in the workforce goes well beyond FTZs. There's no question that illegal employment serves as a tremendous magnet for illegal aliens to come and stay in the United States illegally. As law enforcement, for too long, we did not handle this issue comprehensively. We knew most employers wanted to do the right thing, but often didn't know how to do so. At the same time, we saw some employers blatantly using illegal alien labor as their business model. For some companies, we sometimes hear that this type of employment represents a way to meet labor needs. Now, I want you to understand there is one very simple thing that could be done tomorrow that would completely eliminate any of this, and that is simply to go to every employer and check to see if they're employing legal people. It's that simple, but they don't do that. They don't do that because it's a well-known fact that, again, 50% at least of farm workers in the United States are it's a known entity that they're going to be illegal workers or here on a temporary visa. Okay, it's known. When I tried to get a friend of mine who's white employed with a cement company that a friend of mine owns, he said, is he white? And I said, well, yeah, he's a really great worker. I mean, he'd be a very, very, very valuable asset. And I mean, the guy told me, hey, my Mexicans would not like that. And my response was, do you know what you just said? I mean, look, my Mexicans aren't going to like a white guy on the job. Take that as you want. Um, we did not handle this issue comprehensively. We knew most employers wanted to do the right thing. Um, anyway, it's a way to meet labor needs to hire people that have no rights and that you can exploit and pay very low wages to. I'd like to discuss. And by the way, if you think about it, the whole it used to be slaves that picked cotton. It used to be slaves that did the farm work. It used to be slaves that did a lot of this stuff. That never changed. The only thing that changed is that involuntary slavery was done away with, whereas voluntary slavery, agency, right, was said, okay, well, what is that? It's voluntary servitude. Voluntary slavery was not done away with. Go read your 13th Amendment. Voluntary slavery or servitude, that's what citizenship is. And when you are talking about the way farming works, the reason that everything has to be subsidized is because farmers can't make enough money on their crops. They have to hire illegal workers and pay them 50 cents on the an hour, or they'd go out of business. This is the way the system is set up. It never changed. In other words, that money that they're paying those illegals, that minuscule amount, used to be go to pay for the slaves, to pay for the food and the shelter and the. I mean, I'm not sure who has it worse. And when you read some of these stories, the way that we allow these people to be treated is horrific, and we're the ones benefiting from it. Like I said, this is on us. We're allowing this to happen. Um, Mutual agreement between government and employers. Improving your hiring practices will also help your company avoid negative exposure, bad publicity. God forbid. Well, Apple should have bad publicity for its iPhones because children are being forced to put them together in free trade zones. Oh, we can't have that. As a result, you will benefit from an enhanced image derived from being a better corporate citizen. Okay? I can't tell you how important it is to realize what that means. A better corporate citizen. You think citizenship's about people? It's not. There are no people. And this is where E-Verify came in. Now, E-Verify, if you actually go and read the document, it's amazing. It's not what you think. They're promoting it as something good, eligibility verification, etc. And so Social Security verification. But if you read it, it basically says if you're an illegal alien, you have the right to work in the United States, and you can sue for discrimination. That's what E-Verify posters on the window actually say. You go read it. It's pretty amazing. I should have put one on here, but I'm like, wait a minute. This is to verify that you're a citizen, but if you're not a citizen, you have the right to sue for discrimination if you're not if a business doesn't hire you because you're illegal. This is nuts. In addition to the program we've instituted for employers who want to do the right thing, we're bringing criminal cases against egregious employers and identity thieves. So, in other words, if you're stupid enough to get caught or someone whistleblows on you that you are committing organized crime in foreign trade zones, this is what's going to happen. One example of this is Operation Wagon Train. On December 12th, 2006, more than 1,297 illegal aliens were arrested at one company's meat processing facilities located in 6 states during an enforcement operation that was the result of an investigation of work related identity theft. Of those arrested, 274 were charged criminally, and most of them with identity fraud. 145 were charged with federal crimes, and others with state crimes. The rest were charged as immigration status violators and were processed for removal. A review of the employment eligibility forms, or I-9s, at those facilities nationwide discovered that 30% of them were suspected of being fraudulent just on the face of them. In other words, prima facie. The ensuing investigation culminated in search warrants being executed at the company's facilities across the country. On July 10th of this year, as part of an ongoing investigation, ICE arrested 20 employees in a follow-up enforcement action, executing federal and state warrants in 6 states. And these arrests included human resources employee and a union official, current or former employees identified by the Federal Trade Commission as suspected identity thieves. Nice. I'll put that up for a moment. Let's see here. Another example, many of you may be familiar with, an agreement that we reached with Walmart in 2003. Our investigation revealed that 12 cleaning companies contracted by Walmart were actively hiring illegal aliens to do work. You think Trump isn't hiring illegal aliens to clean his hotels? And for that matter, his business operations? In targeted enforcement actions at roughly 60 Walmart locations, 245 illegal aliens were arrested and placed into deportation proceedings. The civil action was later settled when the retail giant agreed to make an $11 million payment through the United States Attorney's Office. Did that $11 million go to you or me? No, of course not. And committed to mandatory training for all its store managers regarding immigration laws and sound hiring practices. Keep in mind, the institutional holders in Walmart are mostly government, pension funds, etc. 12 contracted cleaning companies who were ordered to forfeit $4 million in illegally earned profits also entered guilty pleas to criminal immigration charges. Signs contractors. On April 19, 2006, ICE agents arrested 7 current and former managers of IFCO Systems North America, a pallet company in Albany, New York, charging them with harboring illegal aliens for financial gain. Evidence uncovered in this investigation revealed that IFCO managers were not just turning a blind eye to illegal aliens, they were tearing up W-2s and ignoring no-match letters on thousands of their employees. They apprehended 1,187 of the firm's illegal alien employees with search warrants or in constant searches executed at more than 40 IFCO locations. Now you got to think, again, why do we have such a porous border? And for that matter, when you consider other countries and free trade zones, why do they? Well, that is the answer: free trade zones and foreign trade zones. Illegal hiring is the reason. On February 27, 2007, 5 current and former managers pleaded guilty in the Northern District of New York to violations related to employment of illegal alien workers. Now, I want you to pay attention to this statement because this is really what I'm most concerned with. The pallet industry is a small industry. IFCO's actions using illegal aliens to pad their profit margin disadvantaged their competition. If you're working in a free trade zone, everything about being a major corporation in a free trade zone is you're getting special treatment. You're not getting equal treatment. This company's paying taxes, tariffs, fines, fees, levies, duties, and you're not, or you're paying very little. How can this company that actually is legitimate working in the United States trying to do the right thing compete with a company that is not only hiring illegals legally in a foreign trade zone, but also not paying obviously there is a severe conflict of interest here with, we're talking about, again, international trade versus local commerce, and it's in a position. You've got what, eBay, you've got not eBay. I'm sure they're in it too, but you've got Walmart, you've got what is it called, Amazon, you've got Temu, um, which I know is a foreign trade zone operator. Um, you've got all these cheap, crappy products that are coming in that will put everybody else out of business. The question becomes, at what point are you going to realize that these companies have been set to do that, right? We know the Walmart business was to destroy local economy. We know the same applies to Amazon and all these. At what point will there be no more local economy and these companies now have the monopoly and you're unable to find anything unless you go to Amazon? I mean, at what point are you going to wake up and realize if you don't stop it now, you're never going to be able to stop it because these are government contracted, government owned corporations, right? I don't know what to say. This is you might want to go on Wikipedia and read the story of boycott, where that word comes from. It's an interesting story. Why would you boycott? Well, to stop. You're the problem. You're the one buying all these products. You're the one not considering what your actions are doing. You're the one investing in Bitcoin and all these fake currencies that actually with take the real currency and make everything sky high because hey, my Bitcoin's worth $1 million. I demand $1 million, but the Bitcoin's not money. Well, no, it's a token. It represents the money, but you have to take the money out of the actual money system in order to pay what you say is the value of your Bitcoin. See, everything is wrong. And then that Bitcoin was just predictive programming because now they have GovCoin. Pretty soon, you're going to be in artificial, or that is AI technology, the blockchain type of currency, because that's what governments around the world are doing. They've already stopped cash in several countries, and it's been a nightmare for people. So the disadvantages to you and anybody else that's trying to do business here is astronomical. I don't think we've seen it. Yeah, I mean, you're seeing a lot of companies closing, and they're not in foreign trade zones. You know all too well that global counterfeiting operations cost American companies up to $250 billion a year. Um, KDL, which I think was, I want to say that was Cheney's company, for the warehouse targeted KDL Logistics, customs bonded facility that operates as a container freight station in Jamaica, New York. Like many of our cases, this one began thanks to an initial anonymous tip from someone inside the import export community. In other words, they would never know unless someone rats. Intellectual property rights violations. The arrests associated with the complex smuggling investigation are significant, that we found individuals who held positions of trust and responsibility breaking the law. Individuals willing to compromise that trust to engage in elaborate schemes to create and exploit vulnerabilities in our nation's customs and commerce systems. Well, hey, I got news for you. That's every CEO. That's every company. That's government because government's the owner of those, and they're the ones appointing the boards and the CEOs. So organized crime, of course, they're willing; they're paid to do it. The enormous amount of counterfeit goods seized as a result of this investigation had a MSRP value of approximately $230 million, making this one of ICE's most significant success stories involving the deliberate violation of valuable property rights, intellectual property rights. 103 containers of freight were seized, everything from watches to handbags to electronics, everyday items and luxury items. Cartier, Coach, Prada, Chanel, Nike, True Religion, jeans. We seized a veritable shopping list of counterfeit versions of high demand consumer items. Our investigation indicated that approximately 950 shipments had been smuggled into the country since June 2005. So they know what's happening and they know why it's happening, which is that Customs and Border Patrol are trusting these companies to do the right thing, as they say, I mean, God, this is like insanity. This is like having a prison with no guards. On the day of the operation, 29 individuals were arrested, three separate complaints, and more recently, 14 criminal indictments were returned on other legal steps were taken to move toward the forfeiture of properties valued at more than $5 million. They undermine our national security by creating smuggling operations that expose point of entry vulnerabilities. They threaten public safety because the products involved are not regulated and are often substandard and dangerous. And they threaten our economic security by siphoning profits away from legitimate trademark and copyright holders while enriching criminal enterprises. Who are they protecting here? Well, they're good corporate citizens. Nike, Chanel, they're protecting corporations. They're protecting the property rights, the logos of corporations that they are invested in. And that's why it's so important to understand that of all the corporations out there, every single one of them is owned primarily through stock investment by governments, through various pension funds and other investment funds, which local governments are required to invest in. Your local municipality is required to invest your tax money, not in you, but in corporations, uh, in order to gain the shareholder proxy voting power. Ownership, in other words. So they're not protecting local, they're not protecting us. They're protecting they're protecting companies from selling expensive products that we could actually be getting for a lot cheaper if we weren't so vain and caring about the logo. Let's see. Because this type of crime can be so lucrative and the penalties associated with it are small, comparatively minor, um, it's also clear that the illicit proceeds accumulated by criminal organizations involved in IPR crimes often fund additional crime activities and perhaps worse. Over the past 2 years, we've had record seizures in many significant cases in this area, but to continue to make progress, we must hear from you about vulnerabilities you see or tips you have. So we're Customs and Border Patrol, and we have no power to investigate unless someone tells us there's a problem because we've bonded these people in positions of trust. Yeah, this makes absolutely no sense unless you consider it's just a way of defeating the power of government, of local government. It's a way of squashing Customs and Border Patrol. It's a way of using Customs and Border Patrol to look the other way. It's pathetic. All right. U.S. Musk, U.S. Customs and Border Patrol protection, excuse me, about foreign trade zones, areas in the U.S. Customs and Border Protection and Supervision that are generally considered outside of our territory upon activation, located in or near CBP ports of entry. They are the United States version of what are known internationally as free trade zones. We don't need to go through all this again. Um, Here's U.S. Customs and Border Patrol on human trafficking. A little report they did, and naturally, it's going to be through free trade zones and foreign trade zones. 20 years later, human trafficking still remains prevalent. According to the recent figures available, global estimates of modern slavery, forced labor, and forced marriage in 2017. At any given time in 2016, an estimated 40.3 million people are in modern slavery. Well, yeah, but we're paying them 25 cents an hour and we're huddling them 40 at a time in a house and we're, how is this slavery? See, I almost, part of me wants to go to the future and watch as America declines into this and becomes this and see what your reaction is this. Oh God, I could have changed it. I could have done something. I could have had a moral outrage and actually acted on it. But no, you're not going to. I know you're not going to. It's just how it is, right? It's how it is. Because Trump says so. 24.9 million in forced labor and 15.4 million in forced marriage. It means there are 5.4 victims of modern slavery for every 1,000 people in the world. 1 in 4 victims of modern slavery are children. Out of the 24.9 million people trapped in forced labor, 16 million people were exploited in the private sector, such as domestic work, construction, or agriculture. 4.8 million persons are forced sexual exploitation, and 4 million persons are forced labor imposed by state authorities, governments. Women and girls are disproportionately affected by forced labor, accounting for 99% of victims in the commercial sex industry, 58% in other sectors. Well, gee, I wonder how that happens. I wonder how they get here. I wonder how they're kidnapped and brought in. Oh, it couldn't be through free trade zones, could it? A free drug control measures in free ports and free zones. A free port or free zone is typically defined as a designated area within a country in which companies can import, export, and manufacture goods without certain customs restrictions being implemented, such as no reduced taxes, tariffs, or reduced control procedures or documentation. Limited supervision, lack of customs restrictions tend to accompany free ports and free zones. And it makes it more convenient for traffickers to store illicit substances and smuggle drugs over minimally regulated borders. In response to this elevated risk of illicit trafficking, the 3 international drug conventions outline the control measures that states parties must exercise in free ports and free zones. This is an official document. It designated an area as a free port or free zone. A state party is not relieved from implementing all obligations under the conventions in these zones, though they may apply stricter measures. Article 18 of the 1988 Convention. This is an international law convention because these are international law zones. States that states parties shall apply measures to suppress illicit traffic in narcotic drugs, psychotropic substances, etc. No less than in other parts of their territories. Obviously, this is not happening. Here's a article from them, the Homeland Security, how free trade zones can drive illicit activity. 2021. Obviously hasn't changed. Lightly regulated FTZs, of which there are many, are also attractive to parties engaged in illegal and criminal activities. They offer a relatively safe environment with both good infrastructure and limited oversight that we paid for, enabling trade in counterfeit and pirated products, smuggling, and money laundering. Across the world, there are around 3,500 FTZs, and there's more now, that generate over 500 billion in trade related added value and employ approximately 66 million people. However, these zones have attracted multinational companies, etc. But this glossy picture skillfully masks the dark side of FTCs, which facilitated a near perfect environment for criminal activities. The minimum customs controls and significantly reduced oversight employed at FTZs allow criminals to carry out their operations with little fear. For hundreds of years, governments have sought ways to facilitate international trade in their ports. That's why they created nation states like United States. The earliest mechanisms were called free ports, which essentially was what? The original colonies, the companies they were called, which were areas designated for commercial vessels, designated for re-export with custom duties exemptions. These practices are still going on today, but the overall operations of free trade zones have been completely changed using different business models, such as FTZs, export processing zones, special economic zones, and industrial zones. These zones allow duty-free imports of raw material for export production. Firms in these zones enjoy long-term tax incentives that can increase their output, while these zones are also set up to re-export the goods produced. Some countries allow some of the zone's output to be sold domestically. The popularity and wide acceptance of these is mainly due to their incentives. Again, main incentive, no tariffs. Today, several hundred FTZs are operating in developing countries around the world. Developing countries. You know what that means? Whoo, all the cheap labor, all the completely helpless people you can want. And I don't know if I'm going to have time to go into it later, but I will say that it's weird because the free trade zones, each one of them, in whether it's in Syria or Libya or wherever, each one of those also imports its labor from other countries. Because when you have labor that are illegal immigrants, they have no rights. There's nothing they can do. They're there because they have to work, and they will work for such low wages. They cannot form unions. They cannot complain. They can't do anything. It's horrible. It is horrible. And we're sitting back and benefiting from this. And that's what bothers me the most. Um, the same aspects that make FTCs attractive to legitimate businesses also drive criminals to abuse these zones. In 2010, the Financial Action Task Force found that FTCs had inadequate safeguards against terrorist financing and money laundering. Comforting. Due to little or no restrictions and minimum supervision, illicit businesses often use FTCs to launder money and trade counterfeit products and narcotics. The relaxed monitoring at FTCs enables counterfeiting operations as they ship to low cost territories with many supportive industries on hand that can provide critical services from relabeling to repackaging and others. FTCs are also becoming gateways for the transnational shipping of illicit products. Every new FTC drives a 5.9% increase in the value of counterfeit products. So let's make more, for God's sake. Enhance FTC transparency. That's their suggestion. The Customs Department says enhanced transparency, even though they're not allowed to see. Customs access to information. These are all suggestions. It's really, I mean, it's just, this is all just, it's just all propaganda, essentially. But I guess if you go down, customs access to information, these are all things customs is saying they don't have. So if you're in a foreign trade zone, customs does not have access to these things. They don't have access to information. They don't have access information exchange. They don't have record keeping. They don't have payments, or they don't have control over the payments. They don't have awareness, and then there's the public-private partnerships reinforcing awareness efforts to encourage the business community that makes use of FTCs or that finances operations to refrain from doing business that are not compliant with these recommendations. Well, how the hell do you know they're compliant with these recommendations if you're not even allowed to look? Oh, I see. They're actually asking companies to to be good little boys. It's amazing. Striking the balance. Today, FTCs too often are catalysts for unlawful activities rather than achieving their intended purpose of increasing global trade. There's a balance that must be struck between facilitating trade, growth, and profitability and maintaining jurisdictional border and customs controls that prevent dishonest and harmful practices. Implementing measures such as those recommended by the OECD is a good place to start. I mean, like I said, this is just them telling you how powerless they are against the criminal activity that's being sponsored by governments and corporations who are not good actors. Federal indictments allege international organized crime syndicate imported and exported narcotics across North America. How do you suppose they did that, guys? 2024 here. Okay, just last year. Drug trafficking is a global problem being driven by sophisticated organized crime groups who put profits over people's lives, motivated by greed. These criminals destroy lives, devastate families, and wreak havoc on community. And we're letting it happen through free trade zones and virtual waterways and all the ways that we limit ourselves from stopping it. Until today, the organized members of this conspiracy operated with impunity throughout the many thousands of miles that comprise the North American continent, poisoning communities along the way. A massive drug pipeline. So it goes on to tell you, basically how they did it. Transportation or commerce networks, and especially border crossings, the United States to Canada via the Detroit Windsor Tunnel, which is, guess what? It's a port. It's a free trade zone. It's in it, I should say. Buffalo Peace Bridge and the Blue Water Bridge. The alleged illicit drug trafficking activity, cumulatively involving 845 kilograms of methamphetamine, cocaine, fentanyl, etc. Customs and border protections partnerships um, are a key component of our efforts to combat the trends. Well, how do you combat it if you're not allowed to even look in these containers, or for that matter, read the paperwork? So yeah, just crazy. Trump signs USMCA trade deal to replace nightmare NAFTA. I keep referring to NAFTA. NAFTA just became part, basically, of what Trump did the first time he was president, which was to have this trade deal with Canada and Mexico. Before joking, he shouldn't mention the border wall. um, so I'll just put this up. You can read about it. But basically, it's 95% of it is just the same existing NAFTA agreement, North American Free Trade Agreement. Obviously, Trump has been quoted many times using the term free trade. That's really what he's interested in for obvious reasons. But it's not just Trump, it's the entirety of Congress, government, Democrat, Republican. It doesn't matter. Again, two arms of the same body. Um, let's see, you can read that. Uh, He didn't get much. He got to rename it, basically. It says, put that up for you. The phase one trade deal with China will also have no macroeconomic impact except for stall and escalation in the U.S. trade war with China, which would have likely pushed the global economy into recession. What is the global economy that we declared an emergency? Well, it's of course all the corporations and everything that government has investments in that they allow to operate with impunity through these zones. Um, The key achievement in the USMCA was to keep the North American trade system intact, much as if it was under NAFTA and ending in a very destructive period of uncertainty. We're better off with these trade agreements than without them because we ended costly uncertainties, but we were worse off in trade policy than 3 years ago. So Trump, I mean, this has always been about what it is. He didn't get rid of NAFTA. He sort of just improved it, if you will, in a way that now what he's doing can be implemented. Here's the money laundering vulnerabilities of free trade zones. March 2010, the misuse of free trade zones impacts all jurisdictions, including those without foreign trade zones of their own, because goods can originate from or be transshipped through FTZs not subject to adequate export controls. Proliferators of weapons of mass destruction, WMD, abuse FTZs to transship dual use goods and to disguise the final destination of sensitive items. I'm sure Anthony Fauci used that to ship over to China our samples of COVID so they can finish the weapon of, the dual use. Yeah. Anyway, gain of function research. FTZs can also be used to create legal entities and access the international financial system, providing opportunities to launder illicit proceeds. Many major zones are also located in regional financial centers linking international trade hubs with access to global centers of finance. You got to think, man, if they came to us now and said, hey, this is, I think we'd like to open a foreign trade zone in your area. No one in their right mind that knows any of this that I'm reading would say yes, right? If it was up to us, right? Which it isn't, because yeah, we're not, yeah. So I don't know what to say, man. Free trade zones are central to the integrated global economy. They stimulate economic growth and play a central role in business for many countries and leading manufacturers. The relevance continues to grow as globalization defines economic progress. Standards, oversight, and regulations governing FTZs have not kept pace with these developments. As a result, illicit actors have been able to take advantage of relaxed oversight and the lack of transparency in zones to launder the proceeds of crime, finance terrorism, and facilitate WMD proliferation. You should be sleeping really soundly tonight. Free trade zones present a unique money laundering and terrorist financing. I'm going to skip over some of these. I think we've made the point at this point. Report presents the first completed attempt at an international level to identify and address the money laundering and terrorist financing. The first one was in 2010. That's kind of crazy. Enforcement challenges in countering illicit trade. Another part of this same report. And I'm just going to leave these up for a second, go through them so that you can read them on your own if you'd like. There are two types of FTZs, general purpose zones and special purpose subzones. General purpose zones operate as public utilities providing a variety of services to many users. Special purpose subzones are for single-use facilities, cannot be accommodated within the general purpose zone. This is a map of foreign trade zones. Remembering that anything within a 120-mile area or so, and remembering also, look at the majority of them are in a constitutional free zone. And remember that airports are also constitution free zones. So if we look at this map, it's very similar to this map. This map just happens to be the hotspots for immigration. And then you overlap this map, which is the Constitution free zone. And yeah, you can see some pretty crazy things going on here. Unauthorized immigrant populations by county and region, top states and counties of residence, 2019. This is a map basically of total unauthorized immigrant population in the United States and where they went. The bigger the bubble, of course, the more they went to. And I just went in and I actually used the wrong map, so I'm just going to go through these. But the idea here, this is Utah. There is our foreign trade zone there. Basically, this is the population map, and then this would be the. So here's Salt Lake City proper. That P in the middle is the airport. Down below, the lowest you can see, Eureka, Santaquin, Payson. Up above is Ogden. And there's not too much when you go past these points. Now, what I want to do here is draw your attention to the top where it says 0, 5, 10, 15, the top left. That's how many miles you would travel to get to each one of these points. That's the Great Salt Lake to the left and a massive lake called Utah Lake on the bottom. Okay. And then notice that there's the Highway 80 and Highway, what is it? I'm not thinking 50, is it? No. Highway 10 goes right through the middle there. So when we do that, because the zone from the Salt Lake City Airport is 60 miles in any direction. Okay, well, if one of those is 15 miles, and this is what it looks like. This is the free trade zone. Anybody in this zone can qualify to be in the free trade zone. All the illegal immigrants that are walking around within this zone are not really illegal. Isn't that great? Yeah. And so this is kind of what it eventually. Yeah, that's the whole city. That's basically everything. That's generally every city is going to look very similar. It's pretty, it's a decent sized city, right? 1 million people or so. Yeah, that's what it looks like right there. So that's how a free trade zone works. You go to the port, in this case the airport. You go out 60 miles in each direction, and any business or anybody that qualifies and is accepted in the membership can be can do it. So we look at Salt Lake City's FTZ number 30. There again, transportation. I-15, I-80, I-70, and I-84. 1,700 miles of railroad tracks. And all of these are things that need improving all the time, right? Locating or expanding your company's operation into a foreign trade zone, which you're already in, technically, you're just not in it. Um, you're not a member of it, is a smart business strategy. When operating from an FTZ, your company gains a distinct competitive advantage by receiving cost reductions in customs duties and fees, a strategic location, and supporting services. I mean, they don't give these for other businesses, but boy, if you're in the free trade zone, if you're part of it, well, you get special treatment, special services, discounts, all so that you're not in the United States anymore. You're not in Utah anymore. I don't see how that's a good thing, but okay. Back to this map, man. That is anywhere in that. Anywhere. Anybody can do it. Okay? Crazy. Advantages: no time constraints on storage, reduce dutiable tariff on imported parts, consolidate customs reporting, reduce fees, satisfy requirements for exports. Um, Now, here's the kicker: to see how the savings may apply to your business, use this FTZ savings calculator hosted by the Rockefeller Group. What do they have to do with it? Well, guys, I don't know if you knew this or not. I didn't before I started looking into this. What do you think the World Trade Center is? Why do you think there are World Trade Centers all over the world in lots of countries? Well, I mean, think about it, right? What? But they're Rockefeller Group businesses. Well, who's in charge of this? Oh, it turns out to be the Rockefeller Group. Rockefeller Group on foreign trade zones are the ones that give you permission to be in the zone. And I'll show you that in a minute. To take advantage of Salt Lake City Foreign Trade Zone, your business must submit an application and qualify for membership. To who? Well, the Rockefellers. Your business may either locate to a physical location, Salt Lake City, for Foreign Trade Zone number 30, or be located within a 60-mile radius. Remember, radius is one way. So it's that way 60 miles and that way 60 miles from the airport. And it's run in the airport is actually the main driver. Accessible to any company with a 60-mile radius near the Salt Lake City International Airport. This area encompasses all of Salt Lake, Utah, Davis, Weber, and Morgan counties, as well as parts of Box Elder County, Summit, and Tooele. That's basically everything. Simply submit a special subzone application. I want you to notice, too, when I go back up to this map, up there in the right-hand corner, that's Evanston, uh, sorry, I'm having a blank here. Uh, I Idaho, whatever. That's the next state over. So this zone actually goes into another state. That's how big the zones can be. Um, Establishing offers major cost savings to tribes. So now they're exploiting these or selling these to Indian tribes. Example: merchandise may be held and stored in FTZ on U.S. soil without being subject to U.S. customs, etc. It's helpful to think of the duty as a duty or tariff as a tax. If the goods shipped to the FTZ are then shipped to another FTZ or another country, a U.S. duty won't be assessed on the merchandise. If the goods enter the U.S., a duty will be applied. So, a tribal corporation can avoid paying a higher duty if it manufactures the products within its FTZ and then imports it into the U.S. market, rather than importing the raw materials directly into the U.S. market. This means the duty applies on a fully assembled product. They're treated for customs purposes if they're outside the customs territory of the United States. They're still part of the U.S. Um, whatever that means. Uh, They're subject to federal, state, and local laws and regulations to some extent, whatever they define it as. So these are the benefits. I'm going to pass this one up to World Trade Centers Association, connecting businesses. Yes. Oh. Hmm. 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 They're so wonderful.
Hey, Clint, the audio on that is very low. It's quite low indeed. So I just caught that right now.
Well, I mean, the point is, I don't know if people know that the World Trade Center is actually a global system run by the Rockefellers. It's pretty amazing when you actually see it for what it is. And that was basically, telling you that they're running out of these foreign trade zones. Um, Sorry about that. I forgot I put that in there actually. Use the map below. U.S. immigrant population by metropolitan area. Use the map below to instantly display the metropolitan areas in which large numbers of immigrants resided during the 2018 to 2022 period. This might actually start to hit at home for you. Now the bigger bubbles are obviously the the largest implementation or destination for illegal workers. And there in Utah, I show that what about 120 miles looks like. So if you look, uh, you know, at the chart of zones, you can see that. I mean, there's not a lot of America or population wise that is not in a foreign trade zone. It's pretty amazing, really. So what happens, and then I overlaid this map, which I don't even know if is all of them. Honestly, I don't know what year this was. This is U.S. foreign trade zone map. So I tried to lay it out here. So if you look at California, oh gosh, I wonder why all of these uh, population centers just happen to be where foreign trade zones are. Isn't that funny? It's just, Oh, it must be purely a coincidence. I don't think these are quite accurate because the maps are a little different. But yeah, you get the point. You can see that the population bubbles and the blue bubbles, which represent foreign trade zones, are, yeah. You can see. Well, what about I don't know, Texas and the surrounding? Oh, look at there. Look at the populations and look at where all the illegals went in comparison to the free trade zones. I wonder why. I can't imagine why. Oh, and then there's Florida. Look at there. Look at all those free trade zones down near Miami there. My goodness. But look, I mean, some of those dots are right in the center of these foreign trade zones. Like I said, this isn't exactly accurate, but it's close enough to see that the populations of immigrants have a lot to do with, yeah. There's no bubbles there that are bigger than a BB that don't have a lot of blue dots around them. So why were these illegals shipped, right? Why were they shipped? The top 15 cities migrants flew into during the 8 month window: Miami, Florida, New York, Texas, Florida, California. Well, yeah, these are all, of course, major hubs for international trade through foreign trade zones. You think it's coincidence? I mean, just the notion that migrants are being flown into the illegal aliens are being flown into these places and given jobs would be outrageous, and I'm sure most people think it's outrageous, but when you know this, when you understand that they're flying them into what? They're flying them into free trades. When they get to the airport, when they travel by bus on a NAFTA highway, they're never in the United States. They're not in the United States for customs and border protection purposes. And as long as no one's tattling, as long as no one's telling, as long as no one's talking about it like I am now, well then it's nothing's going to be done about it. The company's going to get away with it. Americans are losing, prosperity, losing jobs. Of course, Americans are not willing to do a lot of the jobs that these guys do because of the pay. Well, that's why they import them. Like I said, 50% of farm jobs, you can't find Americans to do them, right? United States citizens. Well, it's the same in every other country. 20 metro areas are home to 6 in 10 unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. Well, gee, look at there. All the places where major foreign trade is happening. This is not coincidence. This is not, they're revealing everything to you in all of this. Now, the reason I actually, when I first looked into this, was an email that I sent to the Salt Lake City guy on free trade zones. And his answer was, "Thank you for reaching out. It's best to start with the International Trade Administration's website, trade.gov. Here's good introductory information. I would recommend you reach out to a consultant to answer your questions and get more in depth, as we simply administer the application and reporting process for FTZ. Number 30, I've attached contact info for Susanna Smith with the Rockefeller Group. She can give you a free consultation and answer many of your questions. I also recommended reaching out to the Customs and Border Protection. I've attached their director, Officer Mindy Regno." So I looked down, and sure enough, Suzanne Smith, Rockefeller Group Foreign Trade Zones Manager, Trade and Customs. Unfrickin' believable. Economic development. Look where Peter Makowski works. And he's he, him, or his. Oh, good. Thank God for that. Project manager, Department of Economic Development for who? Not me, not you, but the Salt Lake City Corporation. Everything's just so different than what we believe. And then you can go through the foreign trade zone services for Rockefeller Group, their academy, their cost advantages, their whole website here. To be FTZ enabled, certain Rockefeller Group buildings development projects are considered FTC enabled before they're even built. Sites that are FTC enabled are located in the service area of an existing FTC project under the sponsorship of an existing grantee, while FTZ enabled sites do not yet maintain FTZ's designation. Their inclusion in a defined service area allows for a simplified and expedited FTZ designation application process without any fees payable to the U.S. Foreign Trade Zones Board. Eligible for expedited approval process. We hope to connect prospective tenants and landowners with the supply chain and logistics benefits associated. The site will ultimately need FTZ designated through an application process with the U.S. Foreign Trade Zones Board, including concurrence of local U.S. Customs and Border Protection. That's why he was telling me that I needed to contact these people. Now, they have a publication of the Rockefeller Group Foreign Trade Zone Services. They have a little rag that they put out. And every once in a while, they actually report on something like this. In recent months, Forced labor and withhold release order. CBP, Customs Border Patrol, has intensified its focus on forced labor issues and increased the use of withhold release orders for suspected violators. Yeah, I mean, they're acknowledging it, but sort of also ignoring it because they don't want to have any actual responsibility for such things. Um, there's that page you can read for yourself. This is about all of the different Rockefeller funded things that they do. Require the importer to indicate on each import license application the country where steel was melted and poured. That was a new thing that came out. The services for Rockefeller Group Foreign Trade Zone Services, a business unit of the Rockefeller Group, helps companies establish solid trade processes to minimize costs and avoid delays associated with importing and exporting, et cetera, et cetera. Just part of the organized crime, basically. It's not. If you want to start one, this is being a good place to go. And then there's all these World Trade Centers that they're building. And they talk about all of the stuff, industrial, Center for Visionary Development, Ownership and Development. The company is part of the Mitsubishi Estate Group of companies, one of the world's largest real estate investment development and services groups. The company history, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Million square feet under development. Of course, they do houses and buildings and all of these types of things. And office space, 27 projects in construction, 33 million square feet. Yeah. Northern Utah's FTZ, known internationally as free trade zones, an area considered to be outside of the commerce of the United States. Now, I stress again, what is the one thing in the Constitution that's always pointed to for the U.S. to have legal authority over? It is, in fact, the Commerce Clause of whatever amendment that is. An area FTZ is an area considered to be outside of the commerce of the United States. I mean, I'm speechless, which is rare for me. U.S. Customs and Border Protection. FTCs were created in the United States, Foreign Trades Act in 1934. It's been amended, of course, several times. There's the history. Da, da. Dun, dun. Salt Lake City International Airport and the connecting roadways, all the things that would apply to you being taxed or a fee assigned to, Rockefeller extends list of foreign trade zones. Another foreign trade zone to the growing list of properties owned or managed by the parent company, the International Trade Center. With little fanfare, Rockefeller Development Group has purchased 309 acres, Middlesex County, to develop the firm's third trade zone. The Cranberry development will be a total of 2 million square feet, et cetera, et cetera. Just, I mean, they've got their hands all over it. Shopping center, International Trade Center, etc. Sam's Club, Walmart, and Lowe's, of course, because that's what they work out of. That's why their products are cheap. Case history of a foreign trade zone. International Trade Center, a 670-acre office and commercial park built by the Rockefeller Center Development Corporation in suburban Morris County. Let's see. I don't think I need to read this. Got other stuff that's more important. Got you guys. Just keep these up for a moment so you can press pause and read it if you want to. Expect to generate 892,000 in taxes next year and more than 1 million in 2009. Worried about tariffs? find out more about foreign trade zones. You see what I mean? These are being sold now as tariffs are being introduced. This is a way to avoid the tariffs. And this, again, I want you to understand this is why Tesla or Musk is supporting this. This is why you're not getting a lot of hatred for it, because these big companies don't give a crap. They're not in the U.S. They're not subject to tariffs because they're not. They're using this system. Um, While the notion of tariffs may have importers worried, there may be ways to defer, reduce, or even eliminate the associated customs duties. Have you heard of foreign trade zones? Many haven't. And if these is a designated restricted access site in the U.S. that is legally considered outside of customs territory, etc., etc. Um, privileged creates a privileged foreign status for certain imports. Privileged foreign status goods entered into FTZ will be subject to the tariff rate applicable for that good. In other words, section eliminates the ability to use an inverted tariff for imports. Trade Act of 1974. Let's see. Tariff mitigation advisory services in a Trump administration. You see what I'm getting at. They're pushing people towards these things. Is my point in showing you this? Published 2025, February 3rd. These tariffs have prompted companies to explore various U.S. tariff and duty mitigation strategies, with the U.S. Foreign Trade Zones program being a particularly prominent solution. The executive orders came with additional restrictions and limitations, making it harder for U.S. importers to mitigate costs, as well as threats of increased tariffs if certain conditions aren't met by U.S. trading partners. So, yeah, they're being sold basically as the solution to the Hegelian dialectic, problem reaction solution. You create the problem, and more importantly, you have the solution ready already and waiting to go. Tariff classification review and tariff engineering, free trade agreement. Unbelievable. They promote U.S. exports. They don't promote us. They're not doing us any favors. Provides refunds on duties for paid or for imported merchandise subsequently exported or destroyed. Recover costs associated with international trade. Temporary importation under bond allows goods to be temporarily imported into the United States under duty suspension for specific purposes without immediate payment of duties, taxes, or fees, etc. It goes on and on. Takeover of Summit County's foreign trade zone could be timely switched to help businesses avoid and delay tariffs. Again, 2024. With incoming President Trump proposing higher taxes, the Development Finance Authority could help businesses in the zone save. I don't know if I'm making this clear, but they're driving business. I mean, essentially, they're saying take your business international. You're still in the U.S., yes, but you're actually doing business in an international model. That and the tax and any you're not improving. We're improving the ability for them to do business and travel outside of the United States on roadways that are waterways, but we're not really getting anything for it. We get a nice airport for them, but we get nice roads. Well, at least the roads they use, but we don't. There's nothing. This is not. It's not beneficial. What they'll do is they'll say, well, it's creating jobs, and it's doing this, and it's doing that. None of it is really true. um, President-elect, let's see, Foreign Trade Zone, even county agency. Development Finance Authority of Summit County is not a county agency. It's not a not a government institution. So it's basically saying they're moving it to that. Let's see, keep these up. The zone has subzones as well, including areas within the 10-county area. Jeez. Water pump manufacturer that used the zone previously brought parts in from Southeast Asia to put them together locally, creating jobs in Summit County. Great. The president-elect talks about tariffs, and it could be beneficial to a company to be in a foreign trade zone. Increased in tariffs leads to more interest in foreign trade zones. Again, I'm not going to read this, just trying to show you what they're doing. And I, I guess I'm going to skip most zones managed by economic development agencies, in other words, not non-governmental um, agencies. I'm trying to get you to think in terms of other countries and what's happening there more, um, because that's eventually what these are going to turn into, and they already are in some ways. So I'm gonna switch to, because I'm going a little late. The National Association of Foreign Trade Zones is a not-for-profit trade association, not governmental. Um, do, do, do. I'm just gonna go through these. I'm gonna leave them up for a minute so you can read them. Um, these are the people in the, director of consulting services at Copper Hill Corporation, global trade practitioner, um, Columbia Sportswear, licensed custom broker, I mean, KPMG. Yeah, they're all, this guy works for IKEA, a company that actually uses foreign trade. I mean, that's not a conflict of interest. I don't know. Um, yeah. So, do, do. Basics of foreign trade zones. Again, I'll go through these real quick, let you read them. Um, in any case, there's only one thing a company absolutely cannot do in an FTA, and that is engage in any kind of retail trade. It's all international, no benefit. Inverted tariffs again. Let's see. I want to get to this one part that really hits it home. 9 indicted in a multi-million-dollar apparel smuggling scheme. These, these also point to the actual people that are running these things, these zones, that are actually also part of the scam, part of the crime. Senate passes bill to give home loan down payments to illegal immigrants. Now you know why. Why? Because they are working in free trade zones. How can an illegal immigrant possibly own a property? It doesn't even make sense, like legally or financially, but or for that matter, inheritively. Like, who are they going to leave it to? It just doesn't make sense until you take all this into consideration. Um, and of course, it's completely not benefiting any of us who are supposedly the ones. Basically, that's what I'm trying to tell you: is government is not in it for us; it's in it for business. We're the consumers. We're the customers. That's what it calls us. In the zone, work at the intersection of trade and migration. You can pull this up yourself and read it as well. Um, let me. There it is, right there. I recommend it. It's pretty crazy. Um, let's see. And again, I'm just putting these up so you can read them for yourselves later. If you just want to read the highlighted parts, that's fine too. Immigration is a way to compete for trade. Oops, sorry. Immigration. In some ways, I feel like by doing this, I'm at least making a record of what's happening. Like, I guess that's all I've ever really done is record the weirdness that we're all a part of, the truth behind the propaganda. Um, these are horrible, horrible. Some of these. Like, here's an example of what I was talking about. As the Jordanian garment industry grew in the wake of this agreement, most of the firms it attracted were from other garment manufacturing nations, such as China and India, seeking to benefit from the preferential terms of export from Jordan to the U.S. and to avoid quota caps under the then extant multi fiber agreement for exports from their home countries. To make the qualified industrial zones more welcoming for foreign investors, Jordan has reduced or waived corporate income, land, sales tax for companies within the zones. The government has kept minimum wages for Jordanian workers within the zones lower than those in domestic sectors outside of them. And that's what's happening here, too. Wages and demanding conditions that characterize the industry raise pay and adapt the terms of work in order to attract local labor would have eaten into their profits and reduced their competitiveness vis-a-vis apparel produced in lower cost countries. Instead, manufacturers pressured the Jordanian government to allow them to import a labor force that would fill their labor needs. Jordan acceded, ultimately crafting a visa regime to bring migrant workers into the garment zones at a minimum wage that is 60% of that required for Jordanians. That's exactly what's happening everywhere, including here. Today, three-quarters of the 55,000 workers in the qualified industrial zones are women from the South and Southeast Asia. The migrant workers who labor in the zones bear visas that are tied to the supporting employer and are required to come without families and live in dormitories on site and are subject to deportation if they become pregnant. In early 2000s, exposés of physical abuse, sub-minimum wages, and work weeks of over 100 hours, among other issues, led to some improvements. But the zones are still characterized by recurring sexual harassment and systematic issues with poor housing and pay. Um, Again, temporary visas. That's how it's done in America a lot too. Oh, I'm gonna keep these up so you can read. The Thai government has created a large industrial zone primarily for the production of garments for export. Within the zone, the Thai government has granted firms tariff waivers on imports and exports. It has also waived or reduced the tax obligations of firms producing in the zone, including permitting double deductions for the cost of electricity, water, and transportation. How do you compete unless you're in a zone? I mean, God, think about it. I mean, you don't have to deregulate the law for corporations if you just go to a foreign trade zone. All those laws just you're automatically deregulated. This is why American companies are building in these free trade zones because there's no law. There's no protections for the workers. Migrant workers in Thailand are not permitted to form unions and have limited rights to join existing ones. The Thai government has made clear that it sees the availability of transnational migrant workers as a key part of its strategy to attract foreign investment and maintain competitiveness in the garment industry. So, this notion of competitiveness, again, it falls back on us buying the products so cheaply instead of making them ourselves. This is going to lead to some very, very, very harsh times in the future. Seafood industry, same thing. Industries reliant on its migrant labor for the exploitation these workers face. Using immigration to compete for trade. The WTO has adopted no rules. World Trade Organization has adopted no rules to set minimum labor standards for traded goods. Instead, such matters are left to the non-binding processes of the International Labor Organization, non-governmental, on the global level, and to multilateral and bilateral trade agreements between countries. So all of this is being done outside of technically, again, you're making an agreement, a contract. Contract makes the law. So it's just so horrible. Um, this is all founded on this. This guy argued that in international trade, countries will specialize in creating whatever they can produce at the least expensive and the greatest productivity relative to their trading partners. A lot of this kind of thinking still exists, and basically, the one article in here proves that none of this actually is true. None of it actually works. Visas, let's see, lead firms and suppliers have designed legal regimes that sharply reduce the chances that a worker will miss a day of work, protest wages, or treatment on the job, or quit. Visas tie a migrant's right to remain in the country to employment by the sponsoring firm. In other words, when a immigrant comes to the United States through a work visa, they're doing it through a company. If they're not in that company, they gotta leave. It's like almost like an apprenticeship kind of thing, right? Except it's worse. Migrants face deportation if they leave exploitive work or are fired for complaining. In addition to the restrictions attached to their visas, the economic reality of labor mobility in a context of extreme global inequity means that most will have incurred significant debt to cover the costs of migration. The fear of defaulting on that debt shadows their days, reinforcing the need to comply with what is asked of them in order to avoid deportation. Beyond this, migrants' bodies and intimate relationships are controlled in the zones in exchange for their ability to earn. If they have children or partners, they must leave those family members behind. Often, if they get pregnant, they must go home. While these features are common to many low wage migrants, worker visas programs, the paradigmatic case, the zonal element offers firms further opportunities to restrict migrants' freedom of movement. Employers often require migrants to reside in dormitories in or near the zone. These are free trade zones in other countries, making them available around the clock for extra work on demand. In some cases, migrants are not allowed to leave the zone or even at times the dormitory at all. Um, Again, you think of all these migrants that came in. Why did they come into this particular area? Well, they're in the zone. Are they illegal? Yeah, I mean, that's the question, isn't it? It is particularly clear how law and power establish the multiple levels of control that result in a compliant workforce, and how high compliance translates directly to lower cost. This is talking about enslavement, modern human trafficking. That's all this is, guys. As noted above, WTO rules do not address labor standards with regard to either local or migrant workers. They don't give a crap. They're not in it for that. They're in it for business. Advocates and governments in the global north argue that the presence of forced labor, child labor, and other serious infringements of international labor standards were examples of social dumping that should be prohibited by global trade regime. Oh, let's see. Noting this with concern, Hannah Apkel urges a focus not on the scandals of global capitalism, but on its illicit construction through law and private contract.
Clint, if I may just butt in briefly, just for
Sure.
our new guest, Mr. C, please cut your audio. Please mute yourself. That would be great. All right, thank you so much, Clint.
Yep. Until recently, Ethiopia, the latest entrant on the global stage for garment export production, had no minimum wage at all. Its workers' wages are the lowest in the world. In Thailand, the legally permissible work week is 84 hours long, consisting of a 8-hour regular days plus 36 hours of overtime. Migrant workers in the zones regularly exceed these hours. Some governments construct dormitories in the nearest zones, and firms may require workers to live there. In subjugation to greater employer control, particularly with regard to irregular schedules involving long hours of work on demand, some governments encourage internal migration to zones from rural areas, but only by workers who leave their children behind. In these cases, a corporation does not have to pay enough to cover the cost of social reproduction. i.e., that what workers and their families need to survive, because those costs are underwritten by the government. In other words, one of the benefits of having illegal aliens is that you're not paying for them being a citizen. You're not all the things that we take for granted, essentially. Where transnational migrants are concerned, both the host state and corporations benefit greatly from the fact that the majority of the costs of social reproduction, education, healthcare, housing, and so on are paid, if at all, in the home country. Whether by the origin country government, by family and communities at home, particularly through the unpaid labor of women, or often absorbed by the workers themselves as they return home to live once they approach middle age and are no longer attractive to firms abroad, often worn out and in ill health from the demands of labor in the zones. Now, next time you go and you buy your cheap little clothes or your, whatever it is that you're buying at just that's an amazing price, I want you to think about these people. I want you to think that those people are all around you because they've been imported here to do the jobs that you're unwilling to do. And I really want you to. I know I'm tired of this useful innocence, this ignorance, this willful ignorance that people have when it comes to this. We again, the responsible party. Yeah, we can blame corporations. We can blame, but it's the consumer that needs to be responsible. That's the only way this is going to change. And if we don't start boycotting these companies, if we don't stop worshiping the orange man, and for that matter, the other guy and the other party, and we understand that this is not that nothing is as it seems, then all this is going to keep going on, man. In considering these issues, I argue it is inadequate to consider the actions of host governments in a vacuum. The options at their disposal are shaped by the legacies and ongoing effects of colonialization and imperialization. Critically, it is the firms at the top of the supply chains that drive this dynamic, deepening competition between governments seeking to capture investment in export manufacturing. When the host governments use migrants to construct a comparative advantage in labor, they open the door for export manufacturing firms to adopt a previously unavailable strategy, relocating a country where production is cheaper, and then hiring migrants present there from an even lower wage country. And again, I want you to get this through. This is how it's operating. We are not the only ones that have a so-called immigration problem, which turns out to be a very purposeful uh, thing to get cheap foreign labor. Every other country that is participating in these free trade zones, often against their will, really is not employing locally. They are also importing labor from other countries, as we read. So this is a matter. I mean, I don't even know how to explain it. It's so illogical and unreasonable that to try to make it logical or make sense, it's hard. But he's trying to explain that. He calls it double labor arbitrage. Your term arbitrage means to buy something in one market and sell it to the another, making a profit from the difference in price between them. It's most often applied to currency and securities. Well, we're talking about products here, but any commodity can be arbitraged, including labor. Um, to arbitrage labor is to purchase it from a country where it costs less in order to reap its value in higher price markets. The purest form of labor arbitrage is that of the transnational labor recruiter, who contracts workers in a low wage country and sells their labor in a higher wage one. Wow, that sounds like slavery, profiting from the difference. Gordon regulating the human supply chain. Yeah, human supply chain. What a horrible freaking phrase. Human capital management. Ugh. Double labor arbitrage takes place in a number of ways. For example, a multinational company in a wealthy country A may contract with a supplier in relatively low wage country B, which in turn hires undocumented immigrants present in country B from even lower wage country C. By contrast, with this extra legal scenario in the paradigmatic cases, host governments have created legal arrangements that explicitly make double labor arbitrage available to firms in special economic zones, i.e., free trade zones. In the paradigmatic cases, the benefits of double labor arbitrage for firms come at a high cost for migrant workers. The flip side of the freedom coin offered to firms is the unfreedom of migrants. And it says it is precisely migrant subordination that is key. Egypt had a long-standing garment production industry, relatively low wages, and a substantial local workforce experienced in manufacturing, while Jordan had a minimal garment export history and a dearth of experienced local workers, kind of like America. Nonetheless, Asmith finds that firms overwhelmingly preferred Jordan because of access to what? Controllable and inexpensive migrant labor there, and in particular because migrant workers in Jordan were not able to protest conditions or leave the job at will, by contrast with the reliance on local workers in Egypt who were able to express their dissatisfaction with wages and hours through high absenteeism and turnover rates. Now, I want you to think of us. How spoiled we are. People working from home and not actually working, doing all these things. How long do you think companies in America are going to put up with this crappy attitude that American workers have? How long do you think they're going to put up with unions? Unions being a communist tool. How long do you think it's going to be before all corporations start acting in this capacity, and that everywhere you go, you're going to have a company in one country that's hiring labor from the next company in a free trade zone, in a foreign trade zone where no law applies? How long do you think this spoliation of Americans, this ridiculous lifestyle that we lead while everybody else is suffering, how long do you think that's going to last before this stuff starts affecting you? Before companies start saying, we're not going to put up with these a-hole Americans anymore. they're spoiled. They're complaint. They don't come to work. They complain when we want compliant workers, and therefore we're going to go to a. I mean, think about it. This is what Trump, this is what all these guys are promoting, because they are the corporations. You got to understand this. Your days are limited in the capacity that we've been living our lives, so willfully ignorant of all of this happening just around the corner from you. You're in a free trade zone, you don't even know it. A regime with stricter control that is the source of their value. What is the value of an employee? Absolute control, inability to organize, absolutely a slave for all intents and purposes. In all of the ways noted above, the terms of their admission to the host country require them to be responsive to employer demands and accept whatever terms of work are offered. Routine features of migrant work in the zones also include pervasive underpayment and non-payment of wages, dangerous working conditions, sexual harassment, and physical violence, among others. When host governments offer supplier firms a workforce that cannot take a day off, refuse to work overtime, change firms, or quit outright, it gives them a way to mitigate the risk of worker resistance that could impede their ability to meet the requirements set by buyers. All of this unfreedom increases the profit available to firms producing in the zone. This is what we have accepted. This is where we get our clothes from. These are the companies that we're so happy to say, made in America. You know, did you know that things that are made in the prisons are also stamped with the Made in America sign? Oh, yeah. Governments in the global south seek to encourage trade through the provision of immigrants as workers in zones in their own countries. Policymakers in the global north seek to discourage immigration through the use of zones in the global south to employ would-be migrants at home or in transit to deter them from pursuing opportunities elsewhere. God, the logic here, the lack of logic. The UK and European Union have been particularly active in advocating for free trade zones in the global south as a policy tool to limit immigration to the global north, whether by citizens of the country where the zone is located or by migrants or refugees temporarily located in that country. At times, the field has also been joined by the United Nations agencies and internal financial and developmental institutions as well as private consultants. Proponents largely come from the global north rather than from within the countries in the global south where the zones are to be established. As to economic migrants or would be migrants, employment in zones is championed as a strategy to deter immigration. A zone as a fence. In the subset of these cases, generally where the workers in question are refugees or victims of a disaster, employment in zones is presented as a humanitarian intervention, zone as a gift. Closer examination, however, reveals that the intent of the gift is really to build a fence, i.e., to deter secondary movement by the refugees or displaced people from their host country in the global south and the global north. Hell, they're not even really allowed to leave the zone because then they'd be in the real country and they might actually be illegal. At least since the early 1990s, policymakers have argued that trade with migrant origin countries will create jobs that will attract would-be migrants. If those jobs are concentrated in zones, the assertion is the zones will become destinations for those who would otherwise leave for the global north. The economic theory undergirding the idea that zones will reduce the immigration of citizens from the country where they are located and absorb transit migrants requires both explanation and interrogation. The underlying assumption that the underlying assumption is that trade is a substitute for migration. So now here we're getting to the bottom of the absolute ridiculousness of this whole thing. Increased investment in export production will create job opportunities in migrant origin countries that will induce would-be migrants to forego the search for work in another country. Oh, hell, I can be a slave here. Why go there? The vast majority of studies show the opposite. Trade is a complement to migration, i.e., an increase in trade tends to generate corresponding increase in out migration, at least in the short term and medium term. Notes. Another is that even for those who find work in export zones, the increased income seems likely to fund migration than to replace it. NAFTA, signed in 1994, was proposed in part as a way to curtail Mexico-U.S. migration. The premise was that increased trade with Mexico and the establishment of maquiladoras in free trade zones there would reduce Mexican immigration to the United States by spurring the creation of jobs in Mexico that Mexicans would prefer to the journey north. NAFTA proved to be a prime illustration of the ways in which trade spurs immigration, the opposite, rather than stemming it. NAFTA decimated small farms in Mexico, leaving families without income in villages where they had lived for generations. And what I'm trying to tell you is that's what's happening here. Slowly and surely, all of our local businesses are being closed down, right? They say that the next real estate crisis is going to be commercial. All the small businesses just can't compete. NAFTA resulted in a surge in immigration. There are oft-quoted remarks by this effect by Mexican President Salinas de Gortari. He says, "We want to export goods, not people." And, quote, "Do you want our tomatoes or our tomato pickers?" And U.S. President Bill Clinton said, quote, "There will be less illegal immigration because more Mexicans will be able to support their children by staying home," at the time NAFTA was being negotiated. Now, if you really think that's what they believed, if you don't, I mean, if you're naive and you believe the propaganda, well, okay. But obviously, NAFTA was created for exactly what's happening uh, as we're talking about the importation and exportation of goods, international trade, um, international trade in humans and drugs and all these things. It's pretty obvious why they did all this. While Mexican migration to the U.S. has dropped sharply since 2010, few point to free trade as the reason. Instead, the causes include increased U.S. border enforcement, falling falling Mexican fertility and increased educational and economic opportunity in Mexico. Imagine that. Despite the fact that the trade as substitute from now, on that note, I want you to understand when I say that, the United States has built up Mexico, the United States has built up Russia, the United States has built up a lot of these countries in order to facilitate this. This is why, all these companies, when you look at the pension funds, it's they are the ones that own the Bank of China, the all these Chinese corporations that we think are Chinese are actually owned through stock investment by American companies. This thing is one giant organized criminal thing, and what they tell you is very different than what is actually happening, which is what we're reading. Um, Despite the fact that that the trade as a substitute for migration theory does not predict real world behavior, it continues to be used for the justification for policies deploying trade and zonal development to deter migration. So they keep building these things despite the evidence. Morocco in Tangiers is where Africa is closest to the mainland Europe and has become a major point of departure for would-be immigrants making the voyage to the EU by sea. It is home to a large export processing zone, the primary product of which is garments, and a large part of whose workforce is both internal and transnational migrants. Like I said, everywhere else they're called free trade zones. Here they're called foreign trade zones. Everywhere else is an example of what's eventually going to happen here, especially with our current administration. But it doesn't matter who's in power because, like I said, one hand is just feeding the next. One hand is predictively programming the next. One hand is simply providing the opportunity for the other to declare an emergency and undo what the other has done. Meanwhile, providing this type of environment for business. Reforms in Mexican property law made it easier for smallholders to be bought out, I mean, local people. And the U.S. government's insistence as a part of NAFTA that Mexico stop subsidizing its own corn farmers while allowing its domestic market to be flooded by heavily subsidized U.S. corn, which ironically Mexicans are picking. For an estimation of the losses of the Mexican corn farmers from these policies at 6.6 billion in the years between 1997 and 2005. I mean, you could look at it in a very weird way. You could say that these migrant workers are traitors. They they're literally mercenaries that are destroying their own economy or their own country, their own people. Um, Not through any fault of their own, but essentially that they are mercenaries. And the result of their actions is pretty obvious. And I don't, it's not offensive to say that. It's just, this is the truth. In Thailand, the government has presented the employment of Burmese migrants in the zone in May thought as part of the strategy to keep them from traveling further into the country. We're going to enslave you to stop you from migrating. In 2020, Moroccan government announced the opening of a new export processing zone on the border with Quetta. I don't know what that is. An autonomous port city at the northeast tip of Morocco that is administered by Spain. It's become a crossing for migrants seeking to enter Spain over land. The express goal of the zone is to reduce immigration by offering employment not to migrants, but to their smugglers. Let me read that again. The express goal of this zone is to reduce immigration by offering employment not to the migrants, who would be, but to the smugglers. A particularly stark instance of zone as fence policies is in Honduras, where a group of private actors are seeking funding for a new zone for employment and economic development, or ZAID. Under Honduran legal framework for charter cities to attract Hondurans who would otherwise migrate out of the country. The first two ZEDs were launched in 2020, implementing many aspects of the proposal, although so far without an explicit focus on attracting would-be migrants as workers. And then there's the notion of the gift. Hey, we're going to do you a favor by enslaving you. A variation on the zone as fence claim has emerged recently as part of the response to refugee crisis, where policymakers have created initiatives to offer displaced people employment in garment export factories in the global south, host countries. In the refugee context, in recognition of the expectation that interventions will be cast in humanitarian terms, the proposal is framed as a form of aid or a gift to help the suffering refugees in their strained host countries. Kind of reminds me of when there's a disaster in the United States and the hotels see that all these people need a place to stay, so they raise their prices up to an extraordinary gross level, committing grocery, which used to be a crime. Rather than fleeing the United States, Hondurans threatened uh, by the country's ubiquitous gangs could find security and livelihoods in these Zeds. Nice. Ultimately, manufacturers rejected Syrian refugees as a workforce because they were less subservient and more expensive than temporary migrants. Syrians rejected garment work in the zone because it demanded too much time and did not pay enough to allow them to support their families while living in Jordan. Jordan? Yeah. The Ethiopian Jobs Compact proposed to employ 30,000 Somali, Sudanese, and South Sudanese refugees in Ethiopia's growing garment export manufacturing zones, a place you probably get a lot of your clothes. Although the UK, the World Bank, and the EU Investment Fund, the UK, the World Bank, and the UA, I mean, that should tell you who's sponsoring this, right? Who's supporting this? Committed 500 million to implementing this agreement, and Ethiopia has since taken steps in the direction of permitting refugees to work legally. The plan to place them in export zones appears to have been abandoned in light of the Jordanian experience and of indications that refugees in Ethiopia perceived garment export work in zones as paying too little to support a minimum standard of living. The EU Jordan Compact is thus the only real world attempt to date to merge a refugee camp and a free trade zone. What were German labor camps? What were all labor camps? What were Soviet labor camps? I don't see the difference really, except they're there because of desperation, as opposed to anything else. Advocates for refugee cities where refugees would live and work in export zones, include a network of consultants for whom creating zones that employ refugees represents one arm of a broader project to construct deregulated cities to attract corporations and wealthy individuals seeking tax havens, whether on land, at sea, or on the moon. Huh. Employing Syrians and Jordanian garment factories, recommended industrial parks in 2008 as a development strategy, etc. Um, it was endorsed by the United Nations, of course, because what is the United Nations? It's all the nation states, all the illegitimate governments, all the corporations, basically. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Following the devastating earthquake in Haiti in 2010, um, it became the largest post-earthquake reconstruction project in the country. The rebuilding of Caracol Industrial Park reconstruction is in quotes because the Caracol area lies an 8-hour drive from the quake's epicenter, the national capital of Port-au-Prince. It was chosen for convenience to industry rather than its relevance to earthquake relief. Hey, hey. The park was built on land that was actively farmed by over 300 families, with the port to be in a bay slated for environmental conservation. The free trade zone's primary tenant is a South Korean garment manufacturer that received free access to the property, purpose built factories, and millions in loans from foreign donors as incentives to relocate in Haiti despite documented abuses of workers at its plant in Guatemala. That company. President Clinton announces opening of Caracol Northern Industrial Park in Haiti. Clinton's like, yeah, because hey, it's their family. It's they're the ones profiting from all this. Um, So yeah, it just goes on and on. The same thing. Economic zones, the municipal level to employ refugees and migrants transmitting. Now you know why they're allowing all these migrants in all these different countries. They're, oh, it's for population, and it's healthy to have my. No, 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 no. This is purely human trafficking put on people, and getting people to actually embrace the notion that that's their own. I mean, think about parades of people coming to America. Where do you think they're going, guys? They're being promised work because they're going to America, but not really. They're going into a zone that is not anywhere. Technically, it's crazy. The Internet American Development Bank is considering lending 20 million to support the development of ZEDs in Honduras. Um, Robert Bosch Foundation contracted a refugee city. Proponents to plan a site on this model for internationally displaced people in Ethiopia. This really does go back to the former days of conquering people and putting them to work, enslaving them. It is troubling that such arrangements are being presented as a humanitarian solution to the problems of migrants and refugees. The zone as gift idea typifies what anthropologist Georgina Ramsey calls humanitarian exploits, or efforts to incorporate refugees into local economies that not only fail to resolve their displacement but serve to exacerbate it. Transforming refugees from recipients of humanitarian aid to highly exploitable workers. Again, why are we allowing, or why did they allow such mass immigration? The answer should be obvious, especially when you realize how many workers in farming, especially 50% of all workers are immigrants, illegal, half of them. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna put uh, Michael's the founder and leader of. I thought this was funny, so I included it. A leading proponent of employing refugees in zones, also works to advance private cities on the moon. From his website, Michael is the founder and lead of the Lunar Development Cooperative (LDC) working group, and developed the LDC concept. It would be a public-private partnership, of course, that provides infrastructure and critical public services to enable a thriving human settlement on the moon. The LDC is designed to generate a profit by capturing rising land values on the moon. He formed this concept and group in collaboration with space experts from the National Space Society and other space organizations. Tells you their real purpose. Um, in collaboration with Libyan mayors and European stakeholders, we have developed a new approach for rebuilding war-torn Libya by engaging with local governments in order to create sustainable development zones. Another word for free trade zones. Islands of stability, they call them. Now, you got to ask yourself, is there a reason that we stopped Gaddafi from with his green book? Is there a reason we went into Libya to prevent this guy from improving the lives of his people and trying to build water ducts and bring water to the desert and do all the good things he was doing? Well, yeah, of course. We want to enslave those people. We want to make them uh, part of the free trade zone network. What he wanted to do was take his country off this system of international, servitude, and improve it. Every house, every person should have a house. That's not good thinking. No, we want 40 people to a house stuck in a zone. We don't want no, absolutely not. We don't want that. So anyway, it goes on to say that this whole idea of eliminating immigration by creating zones is absolutely a miserable failure. Obviously, not the real purpose behind them, and yet they're still promoting um, these things as a solution, essentially. So, the phrase free trade zone technically refers to the goods produced in such a zone, which are regulated in such a way that they can move more easily across borders, but also describes the freedom granted to firms operating in the zone, which are liberated from the obligation to comply with key aspects of the tax, environmental, intellectual property, and workplace laws of the country where production is taking place. This set of freedoms, common across almost all zones, generates a surplus that the lead firm can appropriate. One more benefit is an offer access to migrant workers. When firms in free trade zone can staff their factories with migrants, they benefit not from the national reduction in the price of labor that comes from hiring local workers in a low wage host country, but from access to a workforce from an even lower wage country shaped by law to maximize compliance with firm demands, even setting aside outright wage differentials. These workers are cheaper than their local counterparts because the host government uses migration law to prevent them from changing jobs and ensure that the threat of deportation will keep them from protesting their treatment. Their unfreedom arguments, the surplus available for firm application. Now, I want you to think of that statement there. Deportation, the threat of deportation. That is exactly what we're establishing right now. We've let a bunch of illegals into the country, and now we're showing the power that we still have. We didn't ever lose it. We just stopped enforcing law and didn't allow Customs and Border to act. Same thing they're doing in the free trade zone. So basically, what they're doing now is they're saying if you get out of line, we're going to deport you, or we're going to send you to Guantanamo Bay, or we're going to do this. So go work and be good little immigrants and take your lower wages, or we're gonna send you away. You have no choice. They want people here who do not have protections, the same protections that people here have, and they certainly do not want us as an employees when they can have those people who are very hard workers acknowledge, because they have to be. Um, Host governments that offer firms within a zone the option of hiring migrant workers thus construct their own comparative advantage. The winners here are clear. Double labor arbitrage brings additional revenue to firms. Nothing more really needs to be said. Um, it's obvious that these um, characterizing the opportunity to labor in a garment factory in a trade zone as a win for workers surely represents a new low bar for victory. It is telling that when offered the choice between employment in the zones and other precarious options, including informal work in agriculture and construction, even refugees in profoundly difficult situations, Syrians in Jordan and Somali and Sudanese refugees in Ethiopia, have indicated a preference for the later. They don't want to be in these zones. They're just forced. It's they have. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's choice. It's like when you have a gun pointed to your head. You still have a choice. With regard to trade policy, in theory, the most immediate question these cases raises for advocates, trade regulators, and states is whether it should be permissible in trade for a country to compete on labor costs by importing workers from elsewhere. Governments construct a comparative advantage in labor through positive law, including but not limited to the immigration arena. What she's telling you is that positive law, legal law, man made law, is completely and in all cases immoral or amoral. It is opposed to the law of nature. It is opposed to moral. The moral law is supposed to trump it, in other words, but we've lost that. Understanding the full range of mechanisms that host governments use to depress the cost of the labor they offer to attract firms to export zones, this should provoke renewed debate regarding the line between legitimate and illegitimate government actions in the context of competition for trade. She uses the word denaturalize. That's what I'm trying to do today is denaturalize, make you see what's happening because it's just become second nature. You don't even think about, you talk about illegal aliens as the burden, as this, they take away the privileges, and meanwhile they're picking your crops. I mean, it's just horrible the way we've been entrained to treat these people. Again, this is propaganda. This is how the system works. It's all up to us to break away from this. Um, Yeah. Uh, I don't have much more here, so we can pretty much wrap it up. I know it's been 4 hours. I'll just put these up as if anybody has any questions or what, I'll just slowly go through these so you can read these yourselves. Thank you for anybody that's still here and who stuck around for this and who is actually willing to hear some very, very unpleasant truths about the way we live uh, in exploitation of others.
Well, Clint, thank you very much for that. That is a marathon. What you've just finished here is a marathon explanation of this topic of foreign trade zones. And I don't know how you're still standing upright after all of that, but bravo.
That's what I do.
All those years on the RBM trained you right there
uh,
to go on for a while. But my goodness, I can't wait to go over this two, three, four, 5 times. I mean, there is so much information in the past 4 hours. Even even the length of time there is a testimony to how deep this very topic is.
yeah, and I'm sorry that I'm sorry that I had to rush through things like that. I mean, it probably doesn't seem like I rushed through it, but yeah, that was almost 400 pages.
Yes, and here at the school, I've been revamping a lot of the main humanities curriculum, and your explanation here, it's amazing. In history and in the present, how much time we spend trying to gyp each other of our labor and how to rob each other of our labor. It's just this perpetual obsession that we have, and the creativity in an evil way is remarkable.
I was surprised most of all to see that every other country is importing foreign labor. That was the surprise to me
Mm,
because with the idea that you're going to prevent migration, but the whole thing requires migration. It's just bizarre thing. But I mean, and I really want you to get out of this too is what lies behind the current politics, the current commercial drive for artificial intelligence and for all these different things. You really need to understand this to understand what is happening with the tariffs and with Elon Musk and all these, you know, basically the cleanup of government and the cleanup of migrants, and it's all one big show. It's all one big
mm.
plan, that's being fulfilled.
And then something else that struck me too on a historical note is you speak of these emerging free trade zones, and they seem to be well underway. And yet, I think about the founding of this country and other as well, and other beachheads during the time of colonization, which you referenced. And it's interesting. Yes, there's an aspect, especially in the liberal capital L Enlightenment paradigm of the nation state. Yes, there's something new about these foreign trade zones, and yet the 13 colonies were basic. I don't know. Would you agree with that or disagree that the 13 colonies here in North America uh, were maybe like foreign trade zones 1.0, so to speak?
Well, I think what the part of history that is missing is that most white people, especially,
Mm,
that came over were indentured servants. Okay, you didn't come over here by paying a fare, from Europe and getting on a boat and saying, "Oh, I'm going to go where it's free." No, you were indentured servant. You were under contract. So it's not like America was built on slave labor. It's just that the slave labor was essentially the same thing as it is now. It's voluntary. It's I'm an apprentice or I'm a you know it's if you look at history, most people sent their children away to either boarding school if they're rich or they apprenticed them out. People didn't raise their own children like we do.
mm.
They were specifically going to be a blacksmith or going to be so that's also part of it, I think. Yeah, I mean the colonies were companies. Okay, you had the East India Company, you had the Virginia Company, you had all these different companies. Ohio became a state because it was actually called the Ohio Company, and it bought the
Mm.
land from France and I think Spain. So nothing in our history is real when it comes to how the country was formed and all that. And again, constitutions are international law documents. They create the nation state, which is the sovereign entity. States are not sovereign when they're internal, like we have in America.
Mm. Something else too is the pitting off, and I have I'm speaking for myself here. I have a great deal of critique for the left, but the capital L left, the real left, so to speak. Uh, and yeah, I think in this appreciation of labor and the way labor is manipulated, the leftist scholars have something of an insight, and it is amazing getting back to that colonial aspect. You mentioned the indentured servants. When they were freed, very often, the indentured servants would have been promised land in the Indian territory. So the corporations from Europe, from England, um, up here in North America, they would make these contracts with these poor whites over in Europe, and after so many years, they would promise them land on Indian territory, which the corporations had not contracted for. And so, what that would inevitably do, much like these migrant caravans, the poorest of the poor from South and Central America colliding with the poorest of the poor in North America, the freed indentured servants would show up on some Indian territory, and it would inevitably cause conflict. And at the end of the day, the corporation would move, another mile into Indian territory, and it's the same system.
Well, I think people mistake the notion of the what do you call it, the homesteading, or we're going to give you 2 acres and a mule or whatever.
Mm,
I think people confuse that with the idea of freedom, or no, this is U.S. territory that's being given to you, right? We're conquering the land using you. In other words,
bingo. Yeah.
right. So it's not. Like I said, everything is so vastly different than what Lincoln called it a political religion, basically.
Mm, hmm.
You believe in and every country in the world has the same thing. Now, what you have to understand is that as far as nation states, like the United States, they all of them use the history of their people. In other words, the nation, the spiritual bond between the people, they all use that to justify their existence. They're
Mm,
interlopers. They replace the nation becoming a sovereign entity of the world order, and they take over, right? But the actual nation, the actual people and its history have nothing to do with the nation state.
mm. And as you pointed out too, the nation state, at least in its present incarnation, exists in different shades of difference as an occupying force upon the people it claims to rule over. Certainly, you pointed out the Civil War background earlier in your presentation.
Well, it's actually a requirement of the United Nations to be a member. You have to have conquered the territory and the people that you're
Mm,
claiming is your nation state. So, I mean, you are a conquered people. We are a conquered people. There's no way to get around that. But you got to realize too that the word conquer and the word purchase, as in Louisiana purchase, are
mm,
the same. Those two words are identical. Conquer is by force, but purchase is by choice.
mm.
Okay, so we have chosen to be conquered. Essentially, we have chosen to act in a franchise that's basically no different than indentured servitude. It's just called citizenship.
Mm. Well, Clint, and I invite all the participants here in the live chat room here. Looks to be about 8 or 9 are in number. You can put your questions in the chat feature, and those some of you don't have your devices connected, which is fine. But if you do want to participate, I think you do need to connect there if you want to put in a question. You can also write us at Apocrystastasis Institute at AOL.com, and I'll check that on the other device shortly. Also, those watching on YouTube, Facebook, and BitChute may write us at that address as well. But Clint, one question I had is you laid out this often overlooked, maybe deliberately overlooked, so often is the case, topic. What was it that got you down this road of foreign trade zones? What was it that caught your attention to devote so much subsequent energy to this research?
I'm trying to remember what actually triggered it, but something triggered it over the last couple of years that I started looking into it. And I'll just tell you a little story, man. I after learning about it, a friend of mine, uh, one of my readers, he was passing through. He said, "Let's go get a drink." I was getting meet some friends downtown at a bar, and so yeah, that sounds good. I always do that. And so we meet up, and this guy, he's a cool guy, really cool guy, but his friends, horrible, horrible people. They've got money coming out of their wazoo. They're just exuding wealth, and just complete jerks. Uh, overly, I know, just that kind of people you don't want to be around with, you don't want to associate with. But his friends, okay. So guy says, "Hey, let's go outside and have a smoke or drink or whatever." So I go out there, and it was just me and him and my buddy, and he starts to tell me about what he of course he wants to express the nature of his wealth because that's how these people are. They care not what they are doing to people. So he starts to tell me about this company that he runs in Africa, and it's a gold mining and extraction and exportation outfit. So he's telling me, they all the ins and outs of it and how much money he's making and how great it is. And I was feeling ornery. I was a little and had a couple drinks, and so I'm like, "So, do you by chance work? I assume that you're working out of a free trade zone." And he almost got one of those, "Oh my god, I've got one that can see" kind of looks on his face, like, "Oh my god, I just got outed." And immediately his whole demeanor changed, and he became completely defensive. Before I had a chance to even question or say anything else, he just became, "Oh my god, he knows," someone that knows. No, this can't be. And so I said, because what's happening to the people there? I mean, you're basically, forgive me for saying this, but you're exploiting the local people. You're extracting all their natural resources and wealth, and then what? You're just going to leave, right? But you're not actually. I mean, what's your labor force, right? If you're in a free trade zone, you're probably using foreign workers, right? And man, he was so angry because I was like, I'm calling him out. I'm just telling the truth, right? And he was so mad that I knew, and that he felt like he had to save face or whatever. And that guy, I swear, he's a short guy. I would have loved to just beat the crap out of him, honestly, but I'm not like that. Um, and he started coming at me so angry and so violent that I was, I almost had to defend myself, but uh, the notion that he was so proud of his wealth and his status and his place and be able to buy people drinks and all this stuff, then the second you actually get to the bottom of it, these are horrible, horrible people committing horrible, uh, international trafficking, basically international crime, as far as I'm concerned, using these foreign trade zones as these free trade zones, without any, foreign workers, no laws, no child labor laws, no women's rights, no none of that stuff that we take advantage, we take granted. And the change in him, he just became the devil he was, as opposed to this overly confident, I could just see the change in him, and I was really amazed at that. And so that made me want to look into it even more, which was when I started this massive sort of journey into all of this, and find out that it's happening everywhere. And I think the first thing I actually saw was free trade zones. It's in one of my past videos that I, one of my shows, my Red Pill Sunday School shows, where the guy, is just again disgusting people, people that, the supporters of this, they always have a sort of a sociopathic or psychopathic element about them. Sociopathic, I would say. Um, Narcissistic and just all about the wealth and the money and the possibilities of exploiting as much as they can from people who have no protections. And they're happy about it. They love it. It's what they do. Real quick, this slide that's up was what I was talking about earlier. I just put it in here just because this is one of my main concerns environmentally.
Yes.
This is one of the things that's a very underground. There's a lot of piracy and a lot of illegal dredging and stuff that's going on. That's just absolute. Billions of tons of sand are extracted annually, adding pressure on marine life and coastal communities. Right? You want to if you ever see a place like an island or something that, oh, the island got swallowed up or the ocean is rising or sinking, it's because of this. They'll never say it's because of this, but it's because they're just ravishing the ocean floor to get usable sand for construction to do more commerce. So I just wanted to add, it's just one of the crimes against nature that these people are doing.
Yes, and I've seen that in some of your earlier work too, and I appreciate that because certain communities with certain adjectives, they've kind of written off the environmental aspect because they identify it with the other. Um, but I've seen that in your work, Clint, with I remember once you had presented, I think I don't even recall specifically the name, but it was with beetles. I recall there were beetles that had microchips, and some mad scientist was running the beetles into walls. Do you recall this clip?
Yeah, yeah, it's just disgusting behavior, and he's having fun. He's saying,
Yeah.
"Look, I can take
Hmm.
a video game controller, turn, steer it to the right, and basically it's a part of a greater effort to control nature, essentially replace nature with their own creation. I think that's their main goal, honestly, is to just replace everything real with their own creation that they can patent and control.
And my final point and last call for questions. Of course, if people are watching this afterwards, just email myself at our regular address, Apocrypha Institute at AOL.com, and I will forward those questions and queries on to Clint. So if you're watching this after the fact, please feel free to do that. But I spent a lot of my time, Clint, when the Metro North tickets weren't so expensive here in Connecticut, going over to New York City. I spent a lot of my 20s and early 30s doing that, largely at the end of the day to watch the people in New York City. And whenever you would walk by one of these Manhattan bars and even Brooklyn bars, because they were taken over by the yuppies, it's exactly by exponentially higher numbers of what you described. It's exactly that same sort of person, the short stock jobber that wants to brag about their wealth, and they would be extra loud, extra gregarious, and all at the end of the day to point out how rich they were. And the Irish have a statement or a saying to the effect of, you know, drinking for 10 and drunk as Lord's bastards, that sort of thing, or eating for 10 and drunk as Lord's bastards. But I know that sort, and I think a lot of our audience knows that sort of show off.
Well, there's nothing else there. I mean, there's their whole when your whole life is built on show and the accumulation of artificial things. I mean, you got nothing else. There's no soul there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember I left New York City after 9/11. A couple years
Hmm.
after nine
Right.
eleven. So when I went back, I was like, wow, this just turned into Long Island essentially. Like 14th Street had become a mall,
Hmm.
and yeah, it was
Yeah.
weird. It was very weird.
Yeah, it's amazing. New York has not completely lost its soul. If you go down to the street and hang around, it's still there. But my goodness, it's been taken over by the toffs and the rich sorts and people who are no fun. I come up in New York in the late '80s, and I remember the squeegee men and the times you would go to 42nd Street and you'd have to keep your head down to go through it. As a little boy, I remember being told, maybe that's not what you want in a city, but the point is, it had personality. It doesn't
Right.
have New York City doesn't have personality now. It's a bunch of suburbanite rich guys who come in from Connecticut and Long Island.
Yeah, I mean, Giuliani was partly
Yeah.
responsible for that. Everybody actually hated Giuliani before
Mm.
9/11. He went in and he destroyed. I mean, he started closing down all the clubs and he just was a really bad kind of guy,
Mm.
and was regulating things and arresting people. I mean, he was a bad guy. I mean, he called it cleaning up the city. Well, okay. There's never going to be a clean New York.
Mm.
No matter how many yuppies move there, he's never going to be clean.
Mm.
And there's always going to be the crime element. There's always going to be the homeless. So it's not a fixable thing, I don't think. But you're right. It does the soul. But the soul, to me, the soul existed in some of those clubs. Some of those.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's where people gathered, and then they closed them. So
You don't want to bring your family to 42nd Street in the '80s, but I don't know if you want to bring them there now for different reasons. I mean, you don't want your kid to see the go-go dancers and the drunks and everything? Fair enough, but do you want them to see Disney? I mean, it's like the other
well,
edge of
I,
the
I
sword. You want to
mean,
see the characters and yeah.
that's what I said about people that take their family to. I worked right on Hollywood Boulevard, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
Um, Chinese theater right here, Kodak Theater, where they do the Grammys. And
Mm.
people bring their children there to see the stars. It's dirty as it's just as dirty as New York.
Yep.
Nothing redeeming, nothing. Absolutely, just disgusting place, really.
Mm.
And like, why would you want to bring your family here on this street? You know, you got a bunch of homeless, and then you got a bunch of guys in pajamas pretending to be Mickey Mouse, and it's really not that great of a place. I mean, it was for me for a moment anyway. It was a matter of prestige. Here I am
Mm.
working for a top company in Hollywood doing sound, and I'd made it. I felt good, and then you realize what a crap hole it is, and you don't want to be any part of it. and I'm referring to Hollywood as a institution.
Mm.
So yeah, it's same thing. It's that prestige. Prestige. You look up the word prestige, not what you think it is.
And one thing you brought up in your presentation just now, Clint, is President Trump and the tariffs that are presently dominating the headlines. And I was invited during your talk here to recall an observation that, speaking of New York, a New York artist, Molly Crabapple, had mentioned and had covered when she had worked for Vice, which is since gone under. But Ms. Crabapple had mentioned that Donald Trump, this was way back, this was nearly 10 years ago, she said this. Donald Trump, when he, before the presidency, when he was still very much in business and television things, he was involved in the Gulf, the Arabian Gulf, with a lot of these companies, and they were doing it, 10 years ago, way back when, whatever. They were involved in basically hoodwinking these Thailand guys and these dudes from Burma to show up in Arabia and to build these rich guys' cities and to build their casinos and all these absurd construction jobs they have going on in the Gulf. The island archipelago that looks like a palm tree and all this. Trump's organization was involved in pulling in thousands of these men, and then they would confiscate their passports, and they would be like Old Testament slaves down there. And so we see the tariffs now, but he had some background knowledge. But go on, please.
I'm sure he was. I'm sure they were operating exactly what we're talking about today. I
Yeah,
mean,
yes.
obviously Trump. He's involved in he's involved in a lot of things. I know he was. Wasn't he? He was in the paper for using migrant workers for help and illegal aliens, and so I mean, he's not any different than anyone else. I'll tell you what. My favorite quote or statement that Trump made
Mm,
happened happened decades ago, probably. But they asked him, "Are you going to run for president? Or will you run for president?" And he's like, "No, I probably won't. But if I did,
mm.
I'd run as a Republican because they're so damn gullible."
That's all you need to know. Yep.
Now, to be clear, I don't suffer parties. I believe they're the root of all evil. And when it
Mm,
comes to politics, I don't take a side because there really is no side. They're all of the same bloodline. It's not that's not how things actually work. So I don't pretend that they do. So I am completely neutral when it comes to this, but I certainly recognize how one side either is for or against the other.
mm.
Um, I know there was one thing I guess I didn't read it. Wish I would have, but it was about something that it was about the Democrats would support something that Trump actually made happen, but they never showed up to support. So they didn't want the people to know that they were actually the ones supporting what Trump did, so they didn't show up to support it, basically.
Mhm.
So it's just all part of the show, man. All part of the show.
Well, at 10:40 on the East Coast and 8:40 Central Time, and well, therefore 7:40 West. Uh, I think that's a good place to bring down the bird here, Clint. After nearly 4.5 hours of a marathon of a treasury of presentation here. So to our live fellas here in the room, 9 of you. Some of you have your machines on, some of you not, but about 9 of you all together. And then the rest of you watching us live and certainly watching us after the fact. Thank you for your attention and your support. It has been a uh, very devoted and very involved, but very worthwhile Friday evening here. Thank you for your attention. And Clint, most especially, thank you for your insights. And I invite you for your final words. And please let us know where we can help you, support you materially in your work, as well as to learn about your work in general.
Um, like I said, I put up my websites at the beginning. Everything I've ever done has been free, essentially. So I don't do this for money. I do it because it needs to be done, and I don't think there's a lot of people out there that can say that. But it's kept me honest. It's kept me neutral. It's allowed me to see things that other people's might not see because of their political beliefs or their religion or their whatever. So it's been good. If you would like to support my stuff, um, there's links on the websites. My main website, privateunderground.club,
Mm.
has all my work. It's everything's there. There's also my book is download. You can download the book. There's also voiceover files for about the first 180 pages or so, which is nice. And like that, everything I've ever done is there. It's all free. Uh, so support or no support, it's there for you. Um, I did want to ask where is this actually going to be available for people to
Well,
watch?
yes, well, I will certainly send you this, Clint. First of all, to yourself and the email after the fact. But this will be. It has been broadcast now on Facebook and on YouTube and on BitChute. I will
Okay.
also further this out onto. I have to. I only have three options as to live broadcast right now, but I will upload it tomorrow or soon enough onto Rumble and onto our subsequent two other YouTube channels, and If I'm missing any others, the links will
So
find.
I take it you don't mind if I repost it.
No, not at all. I'm going to send you
Okay.
the file. So yes, please do that. Yes, I would
All
love
right.
that. Thank you.
Okay.
And
Well,
yes, sir.
thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, hang on as we knock off, Clint. But if I can hit you with a question, because I read your book and I enjoyed your book, and I have a hard copy of that in one of the boxes in the garage. In that book, I recall you alluding to a possible second volume to the straw man story. Is that ever going to materialize, or did you say what you wanted to say in the first book?
I have massive amounts of stuff that I've never published.
Mm,
I did write on my blog. I wrote a part two,
mm,
and in my uh, Red Pill Sunday schools on the season two, I believe I read what I was writing, about 5 shows worth.
yeah.
So you can look at that. I'm planning on. I've rewritten some of part two, and we'll probably start if I can get my. I'm suffering from that long COVID thing, so
Hmm.
my mind has been kind of messed up in that regard. So it's very hard for me to concentrate and keep it coming. But I have very a lot of stuff that if I don't produce it in a book, then I will just release it as is,
Mm.
so that at least it's out there. So
Great.
yes, maybe this year I'll put something out. I don't know.
All right, very good, very good. Okay, so everyone has their marching orders. Check out Clint's stuff. Just checking the comments and the chat here real quick, and then we'll knock off. It's a very late dinner for Mr. Coleman here, and a late one for Mr. Richardson as well here. So Lex Animata says, amazing presentation, gratitude. So thank you so much, Lex Animata. And then just checking the private chat here. Moscani says, good presentation. Please forgive the temporary interruption. The intent was not to be rude, quote unquote. I wasn't aware of the open mic. Okay, very good. Anyhow, Moscani, thank you for that. Not at all a problem. Not at all a problem. Uh, have a good evening. And Clint, just hang on here as we knock off the live broadcast, and we'll close things down here. Thanks everyone for watching. Adios.